Hello and welcome back to another exciting tutorial of GreatStack. In today's video, we are going to build and deploy a full stack project management application using PERN stack. In this full stack project, user can sign up and create their organization or workspace. In this workspace, you can invite members, create tasks, add tasks and assign tasks to any member. So let's take a look at the project demo. So once you will open this application, it will ask you to sign in or sign up. After sign up, you need to create an organization. So once you will sign up, you will see this pop up to create an organization, and after that you will see this dashboard. In this dashboard, you will find the project details. So this is the project overview. So here you will find the list of projects, and in this card you will find the total number of projects, completed projects, my task and overdue projects or task. Now in the right side we have the task summary, we have my task, then overdue, in progress. Here you will find the recent activities, and after that come to this left sidebar. Here you will find this drop down from where you can change the organization. You can switch between different organization or workspace if you have multiple workspace, right? And you can click on this button to create a new workspace or organization. And after that, let me just click on this projects. So here you will find all the projects in this organization. So if you open any project, so here you will find the list of tasks, correct? And you can create a new task using this button, create task, right? You need to enter the details and create a new task. Let me switch the theme. I'll open this web page in dark mode so you can see it looks beautiful in this dark mode also. And this is the light mode, right? So in this one, we have multiple options, like you can see the list of tasks, you can see the calendar. So in this calendar, you will see the due date for the task. Here you will find the analytics where you can see the task by status, task by type and task by priority. In this settings, you can update the project details, and here you can click here to invite a new member in this project, right? If I come back here in the left sidebar, we have the team. So in this team, we have the invite button. If I click here, you can invite a new member in this organization or workspace. You need to enter the email ID and click send invitation, right? Then we have the settings that will open the profile settings. Let me switch to light mode. After that, here in the left side, you will find the list of tasks. We can expand it like this, and here you will find the list of tasks. And after that, here you will find the list of projects also, right? If I expand it, here you have the tasks, analytics, calendar and settings for this particular project. Now let me create a new organization here. So I'll click on this drop down and click on create workspace. And here we will choose the logo. Then we'll add the organization name here. So let me write any organization name. I'll write the dummy name here, or Spotify Inc, and create organization. So here we have created a new workspace, and you can invite the members in this workspace. You can enter the email ID and click on send invitation, or you can simply click skip. We can invite the members later. So after that, you can find the drop down here, and here you have another organization. Let me just click here and you can switch the organization. So now you can see we are in the new organization, and here we don't have any data, right? We don't have any project or task. If I go to project, we don't have any project. If I go to team, we have only one team member, right? That is the admin. Let me just click here, invite member, and here you can enter the email ID. Here you can choose the role. I'll choose member and click on send invitation. Now let me open my email ID. So here I have received this invitation to join this Spotify Inc workspace, and click on this invitation. So it will ask you to sign up on this application. And if you already have an account with this email ID, you will simply log in and you will find this organization in your profile. So you can see in this profile also I am the member of this Spotify Inc, right? Now let me just come back to the previous account, and here it will create a new project. So I'll just click on this button, new project, and here we'll add the details. So let's add the project name. So I'll write music streaming app, and here we'll add the project description, and after that you need to choose the status. So let's add active. We will choose the priority and a start date and end date, and here we'll choose the team lead, and you can also choose the other members, right? And click on create project. So we have created a project here, and after that you will find the projects here in this dashboard also, and in this left sidebar also. Let's click here and you will go to task. So here you can click on this new task and create a new task here. So I'll write the task name like UI UX design. Then you need to add the task description, and you can choose the type, it is task and priority, and you can assign this to any member, right? But you can add the team member also. If I go to settings, and here you can see we have only one member, right? So in this project, let me add a new member. So if I click on this drop down, you can see we have another member also, right? Let me choose this one and click on add member. So we have added another member in this project, right? You can see now we have two members in this project. Now let me create the task, and here we'll add the task name, and then we will add the task description here, and let's choose the type, task and priority, and assign this to this user, and then we will add the status to do, or you can choose the in progress, done, anything, and here you need to add the due date and create task. So you can see the task list here. One task has been created. Let me add another task also. I'll click on this new task, and here we'll add the description. Then let me choose the type, improvement, or you can choose feature. We can set the priority, assign to any user, and here we'll add the in progress or to do. Then we'll choose the due date and create task. So we have created two tasks. Whenever a new task is assigned to any user, then they will receive an email like this. You can see a new task has been assigned to this user, and here we have this email, right? And the user will receive another email also, that is the reminder email on the due date, if the task is not completed on the due date. We can also update the status from this drop down. We can click here and choose done, so we can update the status. And we can also delete the task by using this checkbox and click on delete. So this task will be deleted. Now let me open any task. And in this one, we can add the comment also. So let's add the comment in this discussion. So I'll write it's completed and click on post. So you can see the comment has been added in this discussion. So this was the overview of the project management application. Let me switch the organization from this drop down, and let me change the theme also. In this project, we have created user authentication and organization management using Clerk. Clerk makes it easy to handle user sign-in, sign-up, and account management. With Clerk's organization feature, we can create an organization, invite, and manage the team members. We have added Inngest in this project to manage the background jobs and scheduling. Using Inngest functions, we will send the new task assignment and reminder emails. It will also help us to handle the Clerk webhooks more efficiently. To store user, organization, and project data, we are going to use Neon. Neon is a serverless PostgreSQL database that helps developers build reliable and scalable applications quickly. After building this full stack project management application, we will deploy it online using Vercel. So if you are also excited to build your own project management app, just write down I am going to build this project management app in the comment box. I will recommend you to build this project and add the project live link in your resume, or you can also use it as your college project. Now let's get started. To build our project management application, we will use an open source template created by GreatStack. Simply visit GreatStack GitHub profile at github.com/greatstackdev. On this page, you will find a project called Project Management. And I will also provide this repo link in the video description. So let's open this repository. It is a free open source project management website template built using React.js and Tailwind CSS. Don't forget to click the star button on GitHub to support this project. If you show more love on this project, we will bring more open source project for you. We also have other open source project on our GitHub page. You can check out other projects and hit the star button. So again, come back to this project management repository. To get started, you can fork the repository and clone it on your local machine, or simply click the code button and then choose download zip and download the zip file. It has been downloaded. Now let me place this downloaded zip file on the desktop screen. So here we have the downloaded zip file. Let me extract it. I'll right click and select extract here. So here we have this folder project management main, correct? And if I open this folder, here we have the code file and folder, correct? Now let me just come back and I will place it in a project folder. So here I'll create the project folder and write the project name, that is project management. So we have added the folder called project management, and in this one let's add this downloaded folder. Just add it here like this. So now let me rename the folder. So here the folder name is project management main. So I'll write client, because this is the front end template only. So I have added the name client. Now let's open this project management folder with VS Code. So now this project management is open in VS Code, and here we have the client folder, right? After that, just right click on this client and select open in integrated terminal. So in this terminal, you can see we are in this client directory, right? So now we can start our client project. If I expand this folder, here we have the public folder, then src and other files. Here we have the index.html file, then we have the package.json, and then wheat config. So let's open this package.json file. In this one, you can see we have the list of dependencies like Redux.js, Tailwind CSS, date function, Lucid React. We have added Lucid React to use the icons, and we have used Redux.js toolkit to manage the state. Then we have the React DOM, and React Hot Toast. Using this React Hot Toast, we can display the toast notification. Then we have the React Redux for managing the state, and then we have the React Router DOM. So using this, we can navigate the pages, and after that we have the recharts and Tailwind CSS. Now let's open this index.html file. In this one, you can update the project title. You can add the favicon icon here. Now let's come here in this public folder. So here we have favicon.ico, that's it. And in this src, we have all the pages, right? And we have the pages and components. We have the assets also. If I expand this assets, here we have all images and icons that will be used in this project. And then we have the assets.js file. If I open assets.js, in this one, we have imported all the images and exported it using this assets object so that we can easily access it in our project. Then we have added some dummy data. as you can see, dummy users. Then we have dummy workspaces, and in this workspaces you will find the ID, then organization ID, then we have the organization name, slug. This is the corp workspace. After that we have the image URL. So in this dummy workspaces we have added the data for different organization, and in this organization we have members, and you can see the member ID, user ID, workspace ID, role, user, and after that in this organization we have this projects, right? And in this project we can add multiple tasks. So we have added the dummy projects, members, task. Here also we have the members, so we can add multiple members in a project. Then we have the project owner, and after that here you can see the another organization, right? This is the ID, name, slug, description. Then we have the members. So this is the dummy data that we have already added in the front end, right? Now to start this front end, just open this terminal, and here we have to install the dependencies. So simply write npm install. It will install the packages, and just wait for it. It is installing the package. Now all the packages has been installed, and after that you will find a folder in this client, that is node_modules. So it will create this folder, and all the packages will be added in this node_modules folder. After that we can run our project. So just add npm run dev, press enter. So our project is running at this URL, localhost 5173. Let's open it in the web browser. Copy this link and open in web browser. So you can see this is the front end template of project management, right? And in this one we have the dummy data also, and we can also change the theme. Right now it is in the dark mode, right? So I'll just click here. So you can switch to light mode or dark mode like this. After that, let me show you all the features of this template. So first we have this dashboard, and before this dashboard area we have the navigation bar also, where you can switch the workspace or organization, correct? And after that, here we have the user icon in the right side, which is not functional yet because we have not added the backend functionality. After that, here we have the search icon, where you can search for the project or task. Now after this navbar, here we have the dashboard area, where you can see the overview, like total number of projects, completed projects, my task, and overdue. After that, here you will find the active projects. We have the project overview, right? And you can see the status active, and we have the button called view all that will take you to the projects page, where you can see all the projects. Right now we are on the dashboard page, so it will display 2 projects here. Then we have my task. Here also it is displaying the task list, and you can click here to open the particular task, and it is also displaying the count here. After that we have the recent activity, then overdue, in progress, like this. Now let's come here in the sidebar and switch to different page. So I'll click on this projects. So here you can see we have 2 projects, and we have the search box, then we have the filters. Let me show you in light mode. Here we have the filters. I'll update the text color in the dark mode also. And after that, here you can see this button, that is new project. So you can also create a new project using this button, that will open a form like this, where you can add the project details and create a new project in your workspace. After that, let's come here in this team. So in this one, you will get the list of team members, right? And their role. After that, you can also search the team members using this input field. And then we have the other details like total members, active projects, and total tasks. But with that, we have more feature like add members. So we will add the functionality in this button, add members. Using that, we can add new members in this project. And here you can see the button send invitation, right? So this is the team page, and after that we have the settings in the left side. Here we'll add the functionality to make the changes in the organization settings. After that, here we have the task list. You can see we can expand it and we'll see the list of tasks. And if I click here, it will open this discussion page where we can send the messages also, right? And in the right side, we have the task details and project details. After that, in the left side, you will find this projects, right? If I click on any project, it will display the tasks, analytics, calendar, and settings. Just click on this task. So it will display all the tasks for the particular project. And here we have other stats like total task completed, in progress, and team members. We can switch the tab like this. If I click on calendar, here we have the calendar, then we have analytics, then settings. So in this settings page, we can make the changes in the project details. And here we have the option to manage the members, right? So this is the front end only. We don't have the functionality here. This is the static template. Next, we have to add the features. We will make it functional. So first we'll start with the user authentication. For user authentication feature, we are going to use Clerk. It is most comprehensive user management platform. It also provides organization features that allow user to create organization, add user, and invite user to an organization. Clerk also provides ready-to-use components for user authentication and organization management that we can easily integrate in our React.js project. So just click the link provided in the description and sign up on the Clerk website. So I'll click on this button and I'll sign up with my existing Google account. I'll choose Google. After sign up, you will come to Clerk dashboard where you need to create an application. So I'll just click on this button, create application. And here we have to add the application name. So I'll write project management. And after that, you can enable the sign up methods. So I'll use Google sign up and email. You can also use other sign up methods like phone number, username, Facebook, Apple, Microsoft. So I'll just use Google sign up and email and click on create application button. After that, here we have the documentation to set up the Clerk in our project. So I'll just click on this React. And after that, you can see the steps to integrate the Clerk authentication in React project. So the first step is to create and start the project using Vite. And after that, we need to install the Clerk for React using this command. So just copy this one and come back to the VS Code. So here we have this terminal and the project is running. So just add Ctrl+C to stop the project and paste this command npm install at Clerk/Clerk React. So it is installing this package. So now I'll see the next step. So the next step is to add .env file, and in this .env file we have to add this key. So let's create a environment variable file. I'll just come back here and in this client folder create a new file and write the file name .env. Now in this one just paste this environment variable, just copy from here and paste it here. So we have added this Clerk publishable key like this. Now just come back and see the next step. So the next step is to import the publishable key in the main.jsx or tsx file, and after that we have to use the Clerk provider tag in this same file. So let's just copy this one and come back to the VS Code, and now I'll open this src, then main.jsx file. Now in this one you can see we have this create root. So before that, let me paste this code that will import the publishable key and this if statement. After that, just come back here and you can see we have to import the Clerk provider tag. So just copy this import statement, paste it here like this, import Clerk provider from Clerk/Clerk React, and after that we have to wrap our application using this Clerk provider like this. So let's just copy this one. I'll just copy it and come here. So here you can see we have the browser router and then we have this provider, right? So before this provider, let's paste this one, that is Clerk provider, then publishable key, and after that we have this app. So remove this app and move this provider inside the Clerk provider. So now you can see the structure. First we have the browser router. Inside this browser router we have the Clerk provider, and after that we have this provider, and in this one we have this app. Save the changes. Now we can use the Clerk components in any page or any file, right? So if I come back here in this documentation, you can see we can use the signed out component, sign in button. So we can simply use these components to use the Clerk feature and create the authentication pages and pop-up. So now I'll just come back here in the VS Code, and first we'll start the project. So let's open the terminal and write npm run dev. So again the project is running on the same URL and we can hide this terminal. Now if I come back to the web browser, and you can see this dashboard is still visible, right? So I'll just come back here in the VS Code and let me close this file, and after that let's open the app.jsx. This is the first file that will get executed, right? So in this one you can see we have this home route, that is /, that's it. So when we open the home page, it will open this route, and here you can see we have mounted the layout page, correct? So in this layout page we have added the data that will be displayed when we hit this home route. So now let's open this layout page. We will open this sidebar, come to pages, and here we have the layout. Let's open layout.jsx file. Now in this layout you can see we have this div that is displayed on the web page. So first we have the left sidebar, and after that we have this div. In this div we have the navigation bar, and then we have this outlet. In this outlet we can display different pages. So this sidebar and navbar will be always displayed, and this outlet will display the child pages, correct? But we have to hide this entire div when the user is not logged in. For that, here we have to add one if statement, and we will check the user is authenticated or not. For that, here we will import the Clerk in this page. So let's add import curly braces. Let's add use user. Then we will import the sign in, and from, and now let's provide the Clerk React. So we have imported the use user and sign in component, right? And after that, let's get the user from this use user. So here we'll write const curly braces user, and we will get this user from the use user like this. Now from this use user, we will also get is loaded. So just add comma is loaded like this. After that, you can see, so before this if statement that is checking the loading state, here we will add if not of user. It means when the user is not logged in. So in this case, we will add return, and let's add this parenthesis. Here we will provide a div like this, and in this div we will add the tailwind classes. For that we'll provide the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. Now in this div we have to display the sign in component. It means when the user is not logged in, then we have to display the sign in component. So let's add sign in component. Save the changes. After adding it, if I open the web page, you can see on the same URL we are getting this sign in component, sign in to project management, and here we have the option to sign in using Google, or we can also sign in using email ID. And if you are new on this website, you can sign up using this link. Just click on this sign up. So it will open the sign up page. You can see the sign up component. If I come back, here we have the sign in component, and if I refresh it, we cannot see the dashboard. Now if I sign in, let me sign in with my Google account, and after sign in or sign up, you can access the home page or dashboard like this. After that, you can see here we have this icon called A. So instead of this icon, we will display the user icon from the Clerk account. For that, let me just come back here, and we will open the components. In this components, you will find navbar.jsx file. Now in this navbar.jsx, let's add import curly braces. We will import the user button. So we have the user button component provided by Clerk. So let's add from at Clerk/Clerk React. Now let's mount this user button in the navigation bar. So let's come here. In the navbar, we have this input field, then we have the right section. In the right section, we have this toggle theme, then we have the user button, right? So here you can see we have one image, so just replace it. I'll put this user button component. That's it. Save the changes and open the web page. Now you can see we have the user profile icon in the top right corner. If I switch to dark mode, you can see this profile icon. If I click here, we have this user name, email ID, manage account, and sign out link. And here, if I click on this manage account, you can update the profile image, name, email, and here we have the security option where you can delete your account. So we have added the user authentication in this project management application. After that, we have to store this user data in the database, and for that we have to create the backend also, right? So now we will start creating the backend. For that, let me just come back to the VS Code, and I'll just close this file and come to this sidebar and collapse this client folder. In this project manager folder or project management folder, we will create a new folder. So I'll create a new folder with the name server. In this server folder, we will create the backend. So in this server folder, we will create the backend using Express. So let's right click on this server folder and let's choose open in integrated terminal. So now we have another terminal, and you can see the path. We are in the server directory, correct? Here we'll add npm init, but before that we'll create a file also. So in this server folder, we'll create a new file and write the file name, that is server.js. So we have server.js file, and after that in this terminal, let's add npm init-y, press enter. So it will create this package.json file where you will find the name, version, main, script, keywords, author, license and description. Let me open the package.json so you can see the details here, right? Now in this one we have to add the packages that we will use to create our backend server, correct? So in this terminal, first we will add the Express because we will create the backend using Express, right? So let's add npm install and provide Express. Then we'll add next package, that is CORS. Using this, we will allow the backend to connect with any front-end URL. After that, we'll add the .env so that we can use the environment variables. So we have added npm install, express, CORS and .env. Now press enter, so it will install these dependencies in our backend project. It is completed. After that, we'll add one more package. So just add npm install -- save -dev and the package name nodemon. So this nodemon package will help us to restart the backend server whenever we will make any changes. It will automatically restart the backend server. And here we have added -- save -dev because we want to install this package in dev dependencies only, in the development server only. So let's press enter. So it will install this nodemon also. It is done. Now if I come here in this package.json file, you can see we have all the dependencies like CORS, .env and express. And in this dev dependencies, we have the nodemon, right? After that, here we have the scripts, right? So in this one, let's add comma, and here we'll add double quote and provide the server. So we are writing the script name server, and here let's add double quote again, and in this one we will add nodemon space server.js, that is the main file. So whenever we will start our project using this server script, it will use this nodemon server.js that will automatically restart the backend whenever we will make any changes. Now here we'll add one more property. So here we have the name, version and main. So after that, just add double quote and provide type. So in this type, let's add module like this. So when we use this type module, we can use the import statement in our project. After adding this script, let me just close this and open the main file, that is server.js file. And in this one, we will create a basic Express app. So let's add import Express from the Express package. And after that, let's import the .env/config. After that, we'll import the CORS also. We have already added this package, correct? Now using this Express, we'll create one app. So let's add const app equal to Express like this. And after that, in this one, we'll add the middleware. So let's add app.use and provide the express.json. So all the requests will be passed using this JSON method. After that, again add app.use, and here let's add the CORS. So it will parse all the requests using this CORS. After that, we have to create the first route. So I'll write app.get method Here we'll add the path slash, this is the home route, and then we'll add the arrow function. So when we hit this route, it will execute this function. In this function parameter, we will get the request and response like this. And after that, it will return the response. So just add response.send, and here we will send the message. So the message is server is live like this. And after that, we have to add a port number where we will start our backend server. So let's add const port equal to process.env.port. So if the port is available in the environment variable, it will be used, else we will start this on port number 5000. After that, we have to start the application, that is express app. So here let's add app.listen. Using this listen, we can start the application. So first we have to provide the port, that will be 5000, and after that we have to add one function that will get executed. So here let's add console log, and in this one we'll add the message. So let's add the backticks server running on port, and then we'll add $ curly braces to insert the template literal. So just add the port here like this. So what is happening here? First we have created the app using this express package. Now in this one we have added this JSON method and CORS method to parse all the request. After that, we have created a route, that is the home route, using this path slash, using this get method. So when we will hit this path, then we will see this message server is live. It will send this response. Now to run this application, we need a port number. So here we have defined the port number, and after that we have used this listen method. So we have this app.listen that will start the application, and in this one we have to provide the port number, and then we have to provide the function that will get executed. So when this function will get executed, it will display the message in the terminal because we have added console log. So it will display the message in the VS Code terminal, that is server running on port 5000. Now let's save the changes and start the project. So to start this backend project or backend server, again open the terminal, and in this terminal you can see we are in this server directory, right? So here let's add npm run server. We have added this server a script, right, that will start the server using nodemon. Let's press enter, and after that you can see the message. It is starting the project using this nodemon, starting node server.js, and then we have the console log called server running on port 5000. So the backend server is successfully running. You can also verify this backend server by opening the URL in the web browser. So if I open the web browser, and in the new tab, let's add localhost :5000. So here you can see this message, server is live. So it means the backend server is successfully running. We have successfully created a simple express app. After creating this simple express app, now we will add the Clerk auth in this backend. So I'll just come back to the web browser and open Clerk homepage. Then let's open the documentation. We'll click on go to docs, and after that scroll down, you will find this express, right? So just click on this express, and here we have the steps to integrate the Clerk in the express backend. So you can see the command npm install at clerk/express. Just copy this one and come back to the VS Code. Open the terminal and stop this project using Ctrl+C and paste this command. Press enter. It will install the Clerk in the backend. After that, let's see the next command. So next we have to add the keys in the environment variable. So first we have to create .env file. If I come back here, open this sidebar, we have the server folder. In this server folder, create a new file and write the file name .env. Now in this one, just provide these environment variables. So click on this icon to copy it and paste it here. So we have provided Clerk publishable key and Clerk secret key. Then come back here and we need to install .env. We have already added it. After that, we can use this Clerk middleware in the main file. So first we have to import it. Import Clerk middleware from Clerk/express. Just copy this import statement, open the server.js file and add it here. So we have imported the Clerk middleware, and after that we have to add it as the middleware in the app. So after this course, let's add app.use, and in this one simply add Clerk middleware and call it like this. So we have added the Clerk integration in the backend. After that, we'll come back here and you can see we can use this require auth to protect any route. Let's skip this, and this is optional. So let's close it. So we have added the Clerk auth in the backend. Now we have to connect our backend project with the database. To store our data, we are going to use Neon database. Neon is a fully managed serverless Postgres database built for modern application. Neon helps developers to build a scalable and reliable application faster. It comes with powerful features like branching and auto-scaling that simplifies the development and management. With Neon free plan, you can create up to 20 projects and store up to 500 MB of data at no cost. So just click on the link given in the description and sign up on Neon for free. So I'll just click on this sign up button and I will sign in using my Google account. After sign up, you need to provide the organization name and create the organization. Then you need to create a project. So let me add the project name here. I'll write project management. Then you can choose the nearest region, and after that click on create button. So it will create a project, and after that let's see the document how to connect this Neon database with your project. So I'll open the home page, then go to docs, and in this top navigation bar you will find this develop, and here we have ORMs. Just click here, and after that we will choose this Prisma. We will use Prisma to connect the database. So after opening this link, you can see the steps to connect the database with the project. So first step is to connect to Neon from Prisma. So here we need to get the key, right? You can see we have to get the key from the Neon dashboard, and after that we have to create the schema.prisma file and provide this configuration, and after that we have to add the database URL in the .env file, right? And after that this database URL will be like this, and let's scroll down and you will find this configuration for schema.prisma. Scroll down, and in the environment variable you need to provide two URLs, that will be database URL and direct URL, right? So let me start with the environment variable only. I'll just copy this environment variables and come here in the VS Code, open .env file, and here let's paste it and remove this dummy URL. So first we have the database URL and then we have the direct URL, correct? After that, to get this URL, I'll just come back and open Neon console or dashboard. Then click on this connect button, and here you will find this connection string, right? Let's just click here and copy this string. Copy this and paste it in this database URL within this double quote. After that, I'll just come back here and you can see this connection pooling is on. So turn it off using this toggle button, and after that again copy this string, that is the connection string. Copy this one and we can paste it here in this direct URL. So we have added the database URL and direct URL in the environment variable. After that, I'll just come back here. Let me just close it and see the document. So what we have to do, we have to create a schema.prisma file and add this configuration in that. And after that, you can see we have to add this command npx prisma generate. Then we have to install the Prisma using this command npm install ws, then Prisma adapter neon, then neon database serverless, right? So let me add it one by one. So first we'll start with this Prisma schema or a schema.prisma file. So in this schema.prisma file, we will also add the schema to create the table, right? So we have already provided the schema in the asset file or asset folder. If I come back here in the project, we have the client, then src, assets, and in this assets you will find the schema.prisma file, right? Let me just copy this schema.prisma and come back here in the backend. Here we have the server. In this server, we will create a folder. So in this server folder, we have to create a new folder. So I'll write the folder name, that is Prisma. And in this Prisma folder, just paste this schema.prisma, right? And after adding it, again come back to the VS Code. Now in this server folder, you can see we have the Prisma folder, and in this Prisma folder, we have a schema.prisma. Now if I open it, you can see here we have this configuration that you can see in that document, right? And after that, we have the enums here. Let's scroll down. Here we have the model to store the user data, right? So we will create the user table where we will add the ID, name, email, image, created at, updated at. Then we'll add the other properties like workspaces, projects, task, comments, owned workspaces, and project member. And in this one, we'll link other tables. So here we have added the relations with other table. So this is the model to create the user table where we will store the user data. Similarly, we have added the model for workspace, workspace member, project, project member, task, comment. So it is already added here. You can find it in the asset file or asset folder. After that, let's see the next step. So you can see the next step here, that is npx prisma generate. Just copy this one and come here. Open the terminal. In the backend terminal, just add this npx prisma generate. Press enter. Now press yes or Y. It is executing this command. So I'll copy the next one also. So here we have the second command. Just copy this one and come back here. So just wait for this previous command to be completed. Now it has been completed. Now let's paste the new command that we have just copied. Just paste it here and press enter. That will install WS WebSocket, then Prisma adapter and Neon serverless. It has been installed. After that, let's see the next step. So the next step is to create this config file, right? But before creating that, I'll just come back here and first copy this npx prisma generate. We have to add it in the package.json. So I'll open package.json file in the backend, and here you can see a script, right? So let me remove this test script from here. So first we have the start and then server. So in this start, I'll write a space prisma generate, then and operator like this. So it will execute this prisma generate and node server.js for the online deployment, right? And here we'll add one more script. So just add double quote and write post install. And after that, in this one, just provide this one npx prisma generate like this. So we have added this npx prisma generate here. So whenever we will deploy this project online, and that will start the project using this start command or a start script, it will execute this command also and this one also, and after installation it will also execute this one. That's it. Now let's create the configuration file here. So in this server we'll create a folder called configs. We have created the configs folder, right? Now in this configs folder we'll create a file. So write the file name prisma.js. We have created the prisma.js file and come back here. So you can see the code here. Let me just copy this one. Click here to copy this entire code, right? And paste it here. So in this one we have provided import.env. Then we have imported the Prisma client, Prisma Neon and Neon config from this package, right? And after that we have imported the WS, that is WebSocket. And after that, here we have this connection string. So the connection string is imported from the environment variable using this process.env.database URL, correct? Then we have this adapter using this new Prisma Neon, and in this one the connection string is already provided. After that we have this prisma equal to global.prisma, and here we have added OR operator, new Prisma client adapter, correct? After that we have the if statement. In this if statement we have added this node environment equal to development, and we have to provide the node environment in the env file also, right? So I'll just copy this one, node_env, and open .env file, and here at the top let me provide node env, that is environment equal to, and here let's set development. So when you will upload this project online, just change this development to production. That's it. After that, let's come here. So this is the configuration file for Prisma, and after that let's see the next step. So we have successfully configured the connection with the Neon database using Prisma, and we have already added the schema also, right? Next we have to create the table in our database using these schema. For that, let's open the terminal again. In this terminal we will add npx prisma db push like this. Just add this command npx prisma db push, press enter. Once you will execute this command, it will create the tables in the Neon database according to our schema. So this command has been executed. After that I'll open the web browser, and let me just come back to the Neon console, and after that let's click on this tables. So here you can see we have all the tables that we have defined in the schema file. So we have the comment, project, project member, then task, user, workspace and workspace member. So we have multiple tables here. If I open any one like user, so you can see we don't have any data in this user table. So what we have to do next, we have to get the user data from the Clerk, because in this project you can see we have added the user authentication using Clerk, right? So the Clerk will provide the user data using webhooks. So next we have to configure the Clerk webhooks. To efficiently manage the Clerk webhooks, scheduling and background jobs, we are going to use Inngest. It provides multiple features to manage the background jobs, schedulings and cron jobs. So just click on the link given in the description to sign up on Inngest platform. So I'll just click on this button, sign up, and I will continue with my Google account. I'll click on this Google icon. After sign up, you need to create an organization. So I'll write the name here, that is project management. After adding the project name, you need to add the image. So let me add one image here and click on create organization. Let's click on escape button. So we have created the Inngest account. Now let's authenticate this Inngest account with the Clerk webhook setup, right? So let's come back here in this Clerk dashboard, go to configure, scroll down, and here you will find this webhooks. Just click here, and on this webhooks page you will find this button add endpoint. Let me just click here, and after that click on this drop down. So in this drop down you will get this Inngest option. Just click on this Inngest and click on connect to Inngest. After that click on approve, and after that you need to scroll down and click on this create button. Now it is created, and after that you will get this signing secret here. Let me click here. So this is the webhook secret key. You need to add this key in the environment variable. So just come back to the VS Code and open .env file, and in this one here we have Clerk publishable key and secret key. So after this secret key, let's add this Clerk webhook secret equal to, and after that just copy the webhook secret key from here. Just copy this one and paste it here. That's it. And after that, let me just come back here in the Inngest, and we will open this key. Click on this key icon, then click on event keys. So I'll click here. So here you will find the Inngest event keys, right? So you need to add it in the environment variable. So first come back here in the .env file, scroll down, and here let's add Inngest event key, and then we will paste the Inngest signing key like this. So we have added two environment variables, and after that just copy the key from here. Copy this one, that is event key, paste it here, and after that come back and click on this key icon again and choose this sign in key. Click here, and after that let's click on this icon to copy this sign in key. Let's copy and paste it here. So we have provided the Inngest event key and sign in key. After that let's come back here and we will open the documentation here. So click on this integrations, or we can also go to Inngest homepage and click on docs. And after that, in this one I'll click on this Node.js, and here you will find this Express.js. So we are using the Express.js to create our backend. Now let's scroll down and see the first step. So first we have to install the Inngest package using this command. Just copy this one, come back here and open the terminal. Now in this terminal, let me add this command, npm install ingest, press enter. After that, let me see the next step. We have to start the dev server. We can skip this one, and after that you can see create an ingest client. So we have to create the index.js or ts file in the ingest folder. So first we'll create this ingest folder in the backend, right? So just come back here, and it is executing this command, and we can create the folder here. In this server folder we'll create the new folder. So let's add the folder name ingest. So we have added the ingest folder in this server, and after that in this one we have to add the file name index.js. So let's create a file called index.js like this, and after that in this one we have to add the import statement, import ingest from the ingest. So let's copy this one, or let me just copy everything from this code, copy it and paste it here in this index.js file. So we have added import ingest from the ingest package, and after that create a client to send and receive events, and then we have created the function array, and in this one we will pass all the ingest functions. After that let's come here in this terminal. This command has been executed, so we can start the project using npm run dev or npm run server, because it is the backend server. Press enter. So it will start the project on port 5000. Now just hide this terminal, and after that let's come here and see the next step. So the next step is to setting the endpoint, that is the HTTP endpoint. For that we have to use this app.use/API/ingest and serve client ingest and functions, right? So we have to add this statement. Let me just copy this one, and we will come back to the VS Code, and in this one let's open the server.js file, and here after this first route let me add a space and provide this app.use/ingest, serve, then client ingest and functions. Now we have to import this serve. Let me just come back here. You can see here we have to import this serve and this ingest and function also. So let's copy this one and paste it here. So we have added this import statement also. Now it is correct. Save the changes. Here you can see the path is starting from src, right? So let me update the path. Here we'll write ./ingest folder /index.js file, because in this file we have created the ingest app and functions array. You can see in this file we have the ingest and this functions, right? And it is imported here in this server.js. Now let's see the next step in this ingest documentation. So after setting the HTTP endpoint, you can see the next step is to write the ingest function, right? And here is the format to create the ingest function. We'll use ingest.createFunction method. In this one we have to provide the ID and event name, and after that we'll add the asynchronous arrow function where we'll get the parameter called event and step, and after that we'll execute our code here in this function, right? So we have to create the ingest functions to handle different background jobs. So we will handle the user creation, deletion and updation using this ingest function, and later we'll create other ingest functions also. So for now we need the user data, right? So I'll just come back here and let's open index.js file, and before this function here we'll create different ingest functions. And first let me update the ID. So instead of this my ID, here we'll write project management, right? And after that here we'll add the comment, that is ingest function to save user data to a database. So let's create a function. I'll write const sync user creation equal to ingest dot create function, And after that, let's add the object here, and in this object we'll add the ID. So in this ID, let's add any ID in a string format. So I'll write sync user from Clerk, right? And after that we'll add comma and add another object. Here we'll add the event. So I'll write the event name, that is Clerk/user.created. After that we'll add comma, and here we'll create the asynchronous add function. And in this function parameter we will only get the event. And after that, here let's get the data from this event. So I'll write const curly braces data equal to event. Then let's add await, and here we will use the Prisma to store this data in the database. So let's add Prisma and import it from the configs folder Prisma file. It has been imported, as you can see here, right? And in this one we'll add the file name extension also .js, like this. So here in this Prisma we'll add .user for user table, then we'll add .create method, and here we have to add the data. So let's add the data property and provide the object. Now in this object we have to provide the ID, so the ID will be data.id. Après that we'll add comma, provide the email. In this email let's provide the data dot email underscore addresses. So I'll write email underscore addresses index 0. Then we'll add question mark. If it is available, then dot, let's add email address. And here also we'll add the question mark, like this. If the data is available, then we'll find the email addresses array, and from that one we'll get the first element using this index 0, and from there we'll get the email address. Add the comma here, and after that let's add the name property. We will store the name, and in this one let's add the data question mark dot first name plus, we'll add the space here, and then plus, and provide the data question mark dot last name. So we will store the first and last name in the name property. After that we'll add the image here. In this image property let's add data question mark then dot image URL. So it will give the image URL from Clerk. So we have created one ingest function. Using that we can store the user data in the database using the Prisma, right? And after that we'll create the another function. Using that we can delete the user data, right? So here we'll add comment ingest function to delete user from database. So again let's add the same function here. I'll just copy this one, paste it here. In this one we'll change the name. So the function name will be sync user deletion equal to ingest.create function. Then we will change the ID. So the ID will be delete user with Clerk. After that we will update the event name. So the event will be Clerk user.deleted. After that here also we'll add the async function with the event, and from this event we'll get the data. And after that using this data we have to delete the user data from the database. So just add await prisma.user.delete method, right? And here let's remove this one, simply add where. And after that let's provide the ID, and in this ID let's add the data dot ID. That's it. So it will get deleted from the database. After that we have to add the ingest function to update the user data, right? So again copy this one, but before that we'll write the comment. So here we'll write the comment ingest function to update user data in database. And let me just copy the first function, that is for creating the user data. I'll just copy and paste it here. In this one let's add the function name, that is sync user updation. After that we'll add the ID here. So the ID is update user from Clerk. Then we will update the event name. So the event name is clerk/user.updated. After that, here you can see we are getting the data from the event, and then we have added await prisma.user. and provide the update method, right? And after that, here let me add where. It will be one object and add the comma here. Now in this where, first we have to add the ID. So let's add the ID, and the ID will be data.id. So it will choose the data to be updated, and after that here we have the data property. From this one, remove the ID. Here we have provided the email, name and image. That's it. So it will update the user data in the database. After creating these ingest functions, we have to export it using this functions array, right? So in this functions array, let me add all the functions one by one. So first we have this sync user creation. Let's add it here. Then add comma, or let me add it in the new line like this. So the first function is sync user creation. Then the second function is sync user deletion. Then comma, and provide the next one, that is sync user updation. That's it. So we have created 3 functions only, and after that we have to deploy this project online. So before deployment, we have to add some configuration in this project. For that, let's come here in this project management folder, that is the project folder. Here we have to create a file. So we'll create a new file here and write the file name .gitignore. In this file, let's add node_modules. So it will ignore this folder, and with that we'll also add .env. So it will ignore this environment variable file. After that, we'll add some other configuration also. So I'll just open the web browser, and here simply open github.com/greatstackdev. Open the GitHub profile. Here you will find this notes. In this one, you will find Vercel JSON config for MERN. Let's open it. And after that, you can see here we have Vercel.json configuration for the Express backend and for the front end, right? In the front end, you have added the router, then you need to add it, right? So let's create this file here. In this server folder, we'll create a file called Vercel.json, and we'll create the same file in this client. So create a new file in the client, that is Vercel.json, like this. Now just come back here, copy this a small code script for the client. Just copy and paste it here. So we have added this code in the Vercel.json file in the client folder or client project. Now close it, and after that, let's just copy this code and paste it in the Vercel.json file for the backend, that is the server. So let's paste it here and save the changes, close it. Now we have to upload this code on GitHub. So just click on this source control icon, click on initialize repository. So here you will find this number of files, that is 56. Here we'll add the message first commit. Click on commit button, then click on publish branch, and here you can change the repository name also and choose the repository type like private or public. So I'll choose this private GitHub repository, and the project name is project management. Let's click here. So it will upload the code in the GitHub profile. So it has been uploaded. Now let me open my GitHub page. So here you can see this project has been uploaded on this GitHub repository. This is the client folder, this is the server folder, right? Next we have to deploy this server or backend, right? For deployment we are going to use Vercel. So let's open Vercel.com, and you need to create an account here, then come to dashboard. And after that, click on this button, add new, and choose project. So create a new project here, and after that, here you will find the list of repositories available in your GitHub account. So I'll click on this import button in front of this project management. Click on import, and after that, here you need to choose the root directory. So click on this edit and choose server, because we are deploying the backend only, right? So we have selected server, then click on continue. And after that, here you can add the project name. So let me write project MGT, that is project management server, like this. Then we have to add the environment variables here. So I'll expand this one, and here we will paste the environment variables. So I'll just come back here and open the server folder .env file and copy all the environment variables from here. Just copy and paste it here. Now in this one, you can see we have added node_env development. So instead of development, here we will write production. Just updated this, and after that, let's click on this button deploy. So it is deploying our backend server. You can see the status here. Now it is successfully deployed. You can see server is live. Let's click on continue to dashboard, and after that you will find the domain here. Let me just click on this domains. So here we have the live link of our backend server. It is opening. So you can see the server is live, and let me just copy this backend URL, and now we have to add this URL in the Inngest app. So let's come back here and come to Inngest dashboard. In this Inngest dashboard, just click on this get started button or click on this sync new app button. And after that, here you need to provide the URL, right? So I'll just provide the backend URL here, and then write /API/Inngest. If I come back to the VS Code, in the main file, you will find this path. You can see we have added the HTTP endpoint, that is /API/Inngest, right? That's why we are adding it here. This is the base URL of our backend server, then /API/Ingest. Then click on sync app. Now you can see synced app, and after sync you will find all your functions here. So till now we have created 3 ingest function, right? That is sync user from Clerk, delete user from Clerk, update user from Clerk. It is added here. So we have successfully configured the Clerk webhooks using Inngest, and after that, if I create any new account, then the user data will get saved in the database. So now let's try it. I'll just come back here in the project, and here let's come to this manage account. I'll delete this account. I'll click on this button delete. After that, it is asking for the OTP because it is the sensitive task. So we have added the OTP here and deleted this account. So now the account has been deleted, and after that you can see once we are logged out, we cannot access this dashboard. It is protected. And if I click on continue with Google, we can create an account here. So I'll create a new account using the same email ID and click on continue. And after that, we can see the dashboard. So you can see we have created the account on this page, and we can see the dashboard. Now let me open our Neon database. I'll come here, and here we'll come to this user table. Let's click on this refresh button. Here we don't have the user data, right? So let me just come here in the ingest and come to this runs. So you can see it is running. That is user deleted, user created. Let me expand it. and I'll scroll down. Let me click here, and here we are getting some error in this user creation, invalid prisma.user.create. If I scroll down, here you can see email is missing, right? Argument email is missing. So let me just fix it. I'll just come back here, and in this index.js file, you can see we have added email property. In this one we have added email addresses index 0, and then we have dot email address. So here we have missed one s. Let me just correct this spelling. Email address. That's it. Save the changes, and after that let's try to create an account again. So I'll just come here in the matrix runs, and it is failed, right? So I'll just come here and delete the account again. So click on manage account, security, delete, and write the text delete account. And we have made the changes, so we have to update the code, right? And then we have to deploy the project again. So I'll just come back here and click on this source control icon, and here we'll add the message. Fixed user creation. Commit. Okay. So it will update the code in GitHub. So let's open the GitHub profile. Let me refresh it. So it is updated just now, and after that it will also redeploy the backend. So I'll come to deployments. So you can see it is again redeploying the project, right? Now it is ready. So the project has been redeployed. After that we can try to create a new account. So I'll click on this, continue with Google. And here we have created one account. So after creation, it will redirect to dashboard. Now again come here in the database and click on this refresh. Now you can see here we are getting the user data. So when we create the account, the user data is getting saved in the database. So here we have the user ID, name, email, then image URL, and then we have the created at property and other details. So if I open the Inngest dashboard, let me refresh it. So now you will find the new event here, and it is completed, right? You can see the name user.created. Let me open it. You can see it is completed successfully. So this ingest function is working fine. So till now in our project we have added the user authentication, and after that we have connected the database to store the data, and we have connected the ingest and created the ingest functions to manage the background jobs, and using that we will store the user data in the database. Now we have to add the functionality to create the workspace or organization. In this workspace, admin can add new users, and they can also add the project. Inside the project, we can add the task, and we can assign the task to any user. To enable the organization functionality, we are going to use Clerk. So let's open Clerk dashboard, and in this dashboard we will come to configure option, and in the left side you will find the organization management. Just click on the settings, and after that you will find this button, enable organizations. Let's click here, click on enable, and we can also enable this checkbox. Click enable. Now here you can see in this organization we can add up to 5 members in the free plan, and here we have the allow personal accounts. You need to enable it. Now in this one, scroll down, and here you will find this enable organization slug. You need to enable this one also, so that the organization will have the unique identifier. After that, let's scroll down, and here you can see allow new members to delete organizations. So let me uncheck this one or disable this. So the new member cannot delete the organization. After that, click on the save button. Now it is saved. So we have enabled the organization functionality from the Clerk dashboard. And whenever we will create the organization, or we will add a new member, or we will update the organization, then we will get the data in the Clerk webhooks. And whenever we will create the organization and update the organization, we have to update the data in our database also. So first we will receive the data from the webhooks, and then we will store it in the database. For that, let me just come back here in the VS Code, and in this one, that is index.js file, inside this ingest, here we'll create the ingest functions that will manage the Clerk webhooks for organization. So here we'll create some ingest functions to manage the Clerk webhooks. So let me add the comment here. Alright, ingest function to save workspace data to a database, right? And let's create the function here. So I'll write const sync workspace creation equal to ingest dot create function method. And after that, let's add the object, and here we have to add one ID. So I'll write the ID sync workspace from Clerk. After that, add the comma and add another object. Here we will add the event name. So let's add event Clerk / organization dot created. So from this Clerk webhooks, we will get this event organization dot created like this. So whenever this event occurred, then we have to execute a function. So let's add async arrow function, and in this function parameter we will get that event. So let's destructure that event here, and after that, in this function we will get the data from this event. So I'll write const curly braces data equal to event, right? So we are getting this event from the Clerk webhooks, and in that event we will get the data, right? And after that, we have to store this data in the database. For that, let's add await, then prisma dot, and here we will use the workspace table. Let's add workspace. If I come back to web browser and open the Neon database, here you can see we have created the workspace table, right? And let's use that here. So here we have added workspace dot create method, and in this one we'll add the object. First we have to add the data, and in this data let's add the object where we'll add the ID. So the ID is data.id. After that, we'll add the name property. In this name we'll add the data.name. Then add the comma and provide slug, and let's add the data.slug. After that, we will add the owner ID. In this owner ID, let's provide the data dot created by. Then we will add comma, and here we'll add the next property image URL, and in this image URL let's add the data dot image underscore URL like this. So these workspace data will get saved in the Neon database. After that, in this workspace or organization, we have to add the admin, right? So here let's add comment, and we'll add the text called add creator as admin member. Now let's add await prisma dot workspace member. Then we'll add dot create method, and here we'll add the object and provide the data. And let's add the user ID. In this user ID, we have to provide the data that we are getting from the event. So let's add the data here. Dot created by. And let me update this one also. It will be user ID like this. Then we'll add one more property here, that is workspace ID. And in this workspace ID, let's add this one, data.id. After that, here we have to provide the role. So I'll write role, it will be admin. That's it. So we have added the workspace data in the database, and we have also added the admin role in the database for this workspace. After that, we have to create another ingest function. Using that, we can update the data in the database whenever we update the organization or workspace. So let's add the comment here, that is ingest function to update workspace data in database. So here let's add a new function. I'll write the function name const sync workspace updation equal to ingest dot create function. And in this one, let's add first object where we have to add the ID. So the ID is update workspace from Clerk. Then we have to add the event here. So let's add curly braces. It will be event Clerk / organization dot updated. So whenever this organization dot updated event occurred in the Clerk webhooks, then we have to update the data in the database also. So we'll create the asynchronous arrow function and destructure the event in this parameter. Now from this event, we can get the data. So let's add const curly braces data equal to event. Next, we have to update the data in database. So let's add await prisma dot workspace dot update method. And here we have to provide where, and let's add the ID and provide the data dot ID. So this will be the workspace ID where we have to update the data. Then add the comma and we will add the data property. And here let's add the name. So I'll just copy from here, name, slug and image URL. I'll just copy it here. Remove this owner ID. It cannot be updated. So we can update the name, slug and image URL. That's it. So we have added the ingest function to update the organization. Next, we have to add the ingest function. Using that, we can delete an organization. So here again add the comment ingest function to delete workspace from database. So whenever the workspace or organization gets deleted, we have to delete it from the database. So I'll write const and the function name sync workspace deletion equal to ingest dot create function. And in this function we will add ID. So let's add the object ID. It will be delete workspace with Clerk, right? Let's remove this curly braces from here. And after that, here we have to add the event. So I'll write object and the property name is event and the event name is Clerk / organization dot deleted. So whenever we get this event Clerk / organization dot deleted in the Clerk webhooks, in that case we have to delete the data from database. So let's add async arrow function Then we will destructure the event in this parameter, and after that here we'll add the data. So let's add const data from event. After that we have to add await, and we will use prisma dot workspace. Then we'll add dot delete, and in this delete just add where. In this where property simply provide the ID. So the ID will be the data dot ID. So it will delete the particular workspace data from the Neon database. Next we have to add one more ingest function. Using that we can update the new member in the workspace in our database. So here let's add a space and we will add the comment. So I'll write the comment here. Ingest function to save workspace member data to a database. So I'll write a new function here. So just add const sync workspace member creation equal to ingest dot create function. And here let's add the object. First we have to define the ID. So the ID is sync workspace member from Clerk. Then add comma and object. In this object we will add the event. So let's add the event name, that is Clerk/organization invitation dot accepted. So whenever the new member invitation is accepted, it means a new member is added in the workspace. So after that we have to update our database also. So let's add the function here, async arrow function, and get the event in this function. Now from this event let's get the data. So look, let's just copy and paste it here. Now we have the data, and after that let's add await prisma dot workspace member. You can see in this Neon database we have this workspace member, right? So we have added prisma dot workspace member dot create, and here let's add the data, and then we'll add user ID. In this user ID simply add the data dot user underscore ID. Then we will add the next property, that is workspace ID. And in this workspace ID let's add the data dot organization underscore ID. Then comma, and here we will add the role. In this role let's add the data. In this data we will get the role name. So just add role underscore name, and after that we have to convert it into a string. So I'll just remove it, and first we'll write a string here, and in this string provide data dot role name, and after that we have to convert this string into uppercase. So let's add 2 uppercase. That's it. So here we have added another function. Using that we can update the new user in the organization in our database. So we have created 4 new ingest function, right? Now we have to export all these ingest function using this functions array. So here let's add comma and provide the function name, that is sync workspace creation. After that we will add sync workspace updation. After that we will add sync workspace deletion, and then we will add sync workspace member creation. So we have added all 4 new ingest functions and exported it using this functions array, right? After creating all these ingest functions, next we have to sync our ingest application. But before that we have to deploy the changes. So just click on this source control icon, and here we will add the comment ingest functions added for workspace. Click on commit. Sync changes. So it will upload the code on GitHub and it will also redeploy our Vercel backend. So let's come back here in this Vercel dashboard, come to deployments, and you can see it is again deploying the project. You can see the status here, building. So once it is ready, we can sync our Inngest application. So we will just wait for few seconds. Now you can see it is ready. It is redeployed again, right? And after that, let's come back here in this Inngest dashboard. And right now you can see we have only 3 functions, right? That is for the user creation, deletion and updation, right? Now let me click here. And after that, click on this resync button and click on resync app. Now you can see here we have total 7 functions, right? You can see the function's name, that is user function, user delete, update and creation. And then we have the workspace function also, delete workspace, then update workspace, then sync workspace, it means creating a new workspace. And here we have the sync workspace member, it means adding a member in the workspace. So we have total 7 ingest functions. So we will manage the webhooks to update the user data and workspace data in the database. Now after that, let's create some controller function so that we can get the workspace data. So I'll just come back to the VS Code. Now in this one, here we have the server folder. So in this server folder, we'll create a new folder and write the folder name controllers. In this controllers folder, we will create the controller file for workspace. So create a new file and write the file name workspace controllers. We will add workspace controller.js. Now in this one, let's add the comment. Alright. Get all workspaces for user. So here we have to create a function that will return all the workspace of particular user. So let's add export const and the function name. So I'll write the function name get user workspace or workspaces equal to asynchronous arrow function, and in the function parameter we will get request and response. Now here first we will add the try catch statement. Now in this try block we have to get the user ID, and this user ID will be provided using the request.auth. So let's add const curly braces user ID equal to await, then we'll add request.auth. So now we have the user ID, and for this user ID we have to find the list of workspaces. To find the workspace here, let's add const workspaces equal to await, then we'll use Prisma and import the Prisma from configs folder. It has been imported. Write the file name extension .js. After that, just add Prisma dot workspace dot find many, and here let's add the object provide where. In this where property, let's add the members, and in this members let's add sum, and here we'll add the user ID, and this user ID will be the user ID that we are getting from the request.auth function. After that we'll add comma, and here let's add include. In this include property, let's add the members property and here we will provide include user and it will be true. After that, here we have to add the projects also. So let's add projects, and in this projects I'll write include, and here we'll add the task property. So just add tasks, and in this task I'll add include and provide the assignee true. Then we'll provide the comments property here, and in this comments property let's add include, and here we'll add user true. After this task, here we'll provide the members. In this members just add include user true. That's it. And after that, here we will add comma owner property, and let's make it true. And after that, here simply add response.json and simply provide this workspaces. So in this response, we will return the workspaces. After that, let's come to the catch block. If any error occurs in the try block, then catch block will be executed. So here we will display the message in console. So just add console log and provide this error. After that, we will send the response also. So just add response.status, and in the status, let's add the code 500. Then we'll add .json, and here we'll add the message. So I'll write message property. It will be error.code or error.message. That's it. So here we have created the controller function. Using that, we can get the workspaces for a particular user, right? Now we'll add one more controller function. So here we'll add the comment first, that is add member to workspace. And here let's create the function with the name add member. So just add export const add member equal to asynchronous add function, and in the function parameter let's get the request and response. After that, add the try catch statement, and in this catch block again we'll add the same code. So just copy this one and paste it here. We have added console log error and response.status 500 and then JSON message property, and the message property will be either error.code or error.message. Now come to this try block. Now in this try block again we need the user ID. So I'll just copy this statement and paste it here. So first we'll get the user ID from the request.auth function. After that, let's add const email, role, workspace ID and message. Let's get all these data from request.body because we are adding the user, right? So for adding the user, we need the email, role, workspace ID and the message. Now after that, let's add the comment here, that is check if user exists. So I'll write const user equal to await, and here we'll use prisma dot user table dot find unique. And after that, let's add the where property and provide the email. So we have provided the email so that we will get to know that user exists or not. So here we'll add the if statement and write not of user. Suppose the user does not exist with this email ID. So in this case, we will return the response. So just add return response.status and provide 404. Then .json method, and here we'll add the message, that is user not found. Now suppose the user is available. So here we will check for the workspace and role. So let's add the if statement if not of workspace ID or not of role. So if we are not getting the workspace ID or role data in the request body, so in that case we cannot add the user, right? So here also we'll add this statement return response.status 400, and then we'll add the JSON and provide the message that is missing required parameters. Now suppose the user is available, workspace ID is available, role is also available. After that, here we'll add another if statement if not of, and then we'll add the array, and in this one we'll add the admin and member. There are two elements, admin and member, and here we'll add dot includes and role, right? So the role which is provided here does not includes either admin or member. In that case we cannot add it, so here we'll add the statement called this one. So I'll just copy and paste it here, and here also we'll add the status 400, then JSON, and in the message we'll add invalid role. So if the role is neither admin or member, then we will return this response. Now suppose the role is also correct, either role is admin or member. So in that case we will fetch the workspace. So I'll write the comment here, fetch workspace, and after that let's add const workspace equal to await, then prisma dot workspace dot find unique, and in this one let's add the where property and provide ID, and the ID will be workspace ID, right? And after this object provide the comma and provide includes or include, and in this one just add the members true. So here we will get the workspace, and after that we'll add the if statement and write not of workspace. Suppose we could not find the workspace, so let's send the response here. So I'll write return response.status for not 4, then JSON, and the message is workspace not found. After that, here we'll add the another comment, check creator has admin role. Now suppose the workspace is available, then we have to check the creator is admin or not. If the creator is admin, then only they can add the member. So here let's add the if statement and provide not of workspace dot members dot, and here we'll use the find method. In this one let's add the arrow function and provide the individual member here, and then it will return the member dot user ID equal to user ID, then AND operator, and here we will add member dot role equal to admin. So when it is true, in that case just add return, and let me just copy this one, paste it here, response.status for not 1, and then we'll add the JSON and provide the message, that is you don't have admin privileges. Here we have added not operator, right? Now suppose the user have the admin permission. So in this case let me add another comment. So I'll write check if user is already a member. Suppose we are trying to add a user in the organization and that user is already member in that organization. So first we have to check that. So just add const and provide existing member equal to workspace dot members dot find method, and here we'll add the arrow function and provide the individual member in the parameter, and after that here we'll add the member dot user id equal to user id like this, and after that here we'll add the if statement. If this existing member is true, in this case again we will return this response, so just copy and paste it here, that is return.status 400 then JSON, and in the message we'll add user is already a member like this. Now suppose the user is not the member of this organization, then we have to add it in the members list. For that here let's add const member equal to await, and after that let's add the prisma dot workspace member table dot create. Here we'll create a new data or entry. Now here we'll add the data property, and in this data property provide the user ID. In this user ID just add the user dot ID. After that we have to provide the workspace ID, then we will provide the role, and after that we will provide the message. That's it. So this data will get saved in the database, and after that we can send the response. So let's add this response status. I'll just copy this, paste it here. We will write response status, or let me remove this status. We will simply add response.json, and in this one we have to provide the member. Let me just copy this member, paste it here, then add comma. So we have provided the member, and with that we'll also add the message, and in the message let's type member added successfully. So we have created this controller function that will add a new member in the workspace, and here we have created another function to get all workspaces of any user. Now for these controller function we have to create the API endpoint. For that we have to create the routes, right? So here we have to create a folder. So in this server folder we'll create another folder called routes. In this routes folder we'll create a file. So we'll create a new file and write the file name workspace routes.js. Now in this one, first we have to import the express. So let's add import express from the express package. Using this express package we will create the router. So I'll write const workspace router equal to express dot router. Now we have created a router. In this router we will define different endpoint. So let's write workspace router dot get method, and in this one first we have to provide the path. It will be slash, and after that we'll add the controller function. So the controller function name is get user workspaces, and it has been imported from this controllers folder. Write the file name extension .js, right? After that let me just duplicate this line, and in this one we will change the type. It will be post. This is the get method and this one is the post method. Here we'll add the path. So the path will be add member slash add member, and here we'll add the controller function, that is add member. Add member controller function has been imported here. After that we have to export this router from this file. So let's add export default and workspace router. That's it. Now we have to add this workspace router in our main file, that is server.js file. So let's open server.js, scroll down, and in this one you can see here we have this ingest route. So after that let's add other routes. So here we'll add comment routes and we'll add app.use, and let's add the path here, that is /API/workspaces, and after that let's provide this workspace router. And now you can see this workspace router has been imported here, right? Now in this one we have to add a middleware also. We will create a custom middleware that will protect this route. For that let's come here in this sidebar, and after that here in this server folder we'll create a new folder and write the folder name middlewares. In this middleware folder we'll create a new file and write the file name auth middleware.js, and here we'll create the middleware function with the name protect. So just add export const protect equal to asynchronous arrow function, and in this function parameter we'll get request, response and next function. After that here we'll add the try catch statement. Now in this try block first we'll get the user ID. So let's add const curly braces user ID equal to await, and here we will use the request, and from this request we will get the user ID using this auth function, right? Now we'll add the if statement that will check the user ID is available or not. So just add not of user ID. It means when the user ID is not available, in that case we will stop this function. So just add return and we'll send the response using response.status for not one, and then we'll add the JSON, and in this JSON we'll add the message that is unauthorized. And suppose the user ID is available, in that case we will add return and it will call the next function. That's it. Now come to this catch block. So here we'll add the same console log error, and after that we'll add return dot status for not one and then JSON, and here we'll add the message. It will be error.code or error.message. That's it. So we have created a protect middleware. So what will happen when we will hit any route, then this protect middleware will be executed first, and it will check when we have the user ID available, then only it will execute our controller function. If I come here in this server.js, you can see we have this path and after that we have this router, right? So before executing the controller function on this router, we have to add that protect middleware that will protect this route. So here let's add protect. Let's import it from the middlewares folder. Add the comma here, and after that you can see this protect has been imported from this auth middleware.js. Now what is happening here, when we hit this route, first it will execute this protect middleware and it will check for the user ID. If the user ID is available, then only it will come to the controller function. Like we have this controller function here. In this controller function you can see we need this user ID, right? So if the user ID is not available, it will not come to this controller function. It will return the response that is unauthorized using this protect middleware. So we have created the controller function and we have created the API to get the workspaces data and add the member in workspace. After creating the API for workspaces, now let's enable the workspace functionality in our front end. For that, let me close all these files. So I'll right click and select close saved. It will close all the files. And here we have the server folder. Let's collapse it. And now we will expand the client folder where we have the front end. Now in this client folder, if I open the src And then we will open the features, and in this features we have workspace slice.js file. Let's open it. Now in this file you can see here we have the initial state for workspaces. So in this one we have added the dummy data, right? You can see dummy workspaces that is available in our asset, right? So let me just remove it. Here we will initialize it using empty array. Then we have the current workspaces or current workspace. So in this current workspace we have added the workspaces index 1. So I will remove it and here we will add null. So the current workspace will be null and the loading will be false, right? Now in this file we'll add the reducer function. Using that we can add the data in the workspaces state, right? So here you can see we have the workspaces or workspace slice where we have the name, initial state and reducers. So here we have multiple reducers like set workspaces, set current workspace, add workspace, update workspace, then delete workspace and add project, then add task. After that here we have the update task and then we have the delete task. So we have these functions in the reducer. Now we'll add one extra reducer. So let's come here and we'll add the comma here and provide the extra reducers, and in this one we'll add the arrow function like this. Now in this parameter we will get builder, and after that within this function let's add the builder dot add case. Now in this one let's add fetch workspaces, but before that we have to create this function fetch workspaces. So let me scroll up. We will create a function here. Using that we can fetch the workspaces from the backend, right? So here before initializing this state let's add export const fetch workspaces equal to create async thunk. This create async thunk has been imported from redux.js/toolkit. Now in this one let's add the text called workspace / fetch workspaces. After that we'll add the comma here and provide the asynchronous arrow function. Now in this function parameter we will add the get token. So let's add curly braces get token, and within this function we will add the try catch statement. Now in this try block we will make the API call to get the workspaces data, right? And to make the API call here we are going to use the Axios package, right? So first we have to install it. We will open the terminal and you can see this is the backend terminal, right? Let me change it. I'll come to frontend terminal. Now in this one the project is running, so just add Ctrl+C to stop it, and after that we'll add npm install and we'll write the package name. So the package name is Axios. Npm install Axios and let's press enter. So this Axios package has been installed, and after that we have to add the backend URL also. So let me start the project again using npm run dev, and after that we will come here in this client folder. We'll create a file. So create a new file and write the file name .env, where we will store the environment variables. So this .env file is already available here, so we cannot create it. Let's open this .env file. It is already available. We have added the colored publishable key in this file. Now in this one we have to add the base URL or backend URL. So let's add wheat underscore base URL equal to, and you can see the backend server is running at this URL localhost colon 5000. So just copy and paste it here. Now in this one we have this / at the end. So make sure to remove this. It should end with this number. Save the changes. So now we have the base URL, and after that we will create a file here where we'll add the Axios, and in that Axios we will add the base URL. So in this src folder, let's create a new folder and write the folder name configs. And in this configs folder, let's create file and write the file name api.js. Now in this file we have to import the Axios. So let's add import Axios from Axios package, and after that we'll add const API equal to Axios dot create, and in this one let's provide the base URL, and in this base URL let's add import dot meta dot env, that is environment variable file. Then we'll add dot, and then we'll add the environment variable name wheat base URL. Let's add it here. So now we have added the base URL in the Axios and created the Axios with the name API. Let's export this API from this file, and after that we can use it in any other file. So now I'll open the workspace slice.js file, and here in this try block we'll add const curly braces data equal to await, and here we will use this API. Import this API from the configs folder that we have just created, and after importing this API from this configs folder, here we can use dot get method and provide the path. So let's add the path here, that is /API/workspaces, and here we have to provide the headers to authenticate our request. So let's add the headers property, and in this headers property just add the object. In this object we'll add the authorization, and in this authorization we have to add the token. So first we'll add the authorization property here, and then we'll add the backticks. In this backticks we'll add bearer, and then we have to insert the token. For that we'll add $, curly braces, and here we'll add await and use this get token function like this. So it will add the token here and it will authenticate the request. After that we'll get the data. So let's add the return statement, that is return data.workspaces, or we'll add the empty array. If we don't have the data, then we'll add the empty array. It means there will be no workspace, right? Now come to this catch block, and here we'll add console log, and in this console log let's add the error. So we have added this error response data message or error.message. Now here also we'll add the return, and it will return the empty array like this. So here we have added fetch workspaces, that will fetch the workspace data. If it is available, it will return the list of workspaces, or it will return the empty array. Now let's come here in the extra reducers, and here we have the first case, right? That is add case, and in this add case let's add this function fetch workspaces, and then we'll add dot pending, right? So then we'll add the comma and provide the arrow function, and here we'll get the state, and in this arrow function we'll add the state dot loading, and we'll set the loading true, right? So if I come here, you can see we have this initial state, and in this state we have the loading false. So we will make it true when the state is pending, right? After that, again come here. We will add the next case, right? So let me just duplicate this. We'll add semicolon here and duplicate this. So now we have the another case. So just add builder.addCase fetch workspaces dot fulfilled, right? Then here we'll add the function where we'll get the state and action. So just add a state and action in the parameter. After that, here let's add a state dot workspaces equal to action dot payload. So it will set the workspaces, right? Now we'll add the if statement here. We'll add if and we'll add action dot payload dot length if it is greater than 0, right? So in this case, just add const and we'll add the local storage here, right? So let's add const local storage current workspace ID equal to local storage dot get item, and in this one let's add current workspace ID. After that, here we'll add another if statement. So let's add if, and here we'll check for this local storage current workspace ID if it is available. So in this case we have to find the workspace. So let's add the if statement here, that is const find workspace equal to action dot payload dot find, and in this one let's add the arrow function. Here we'll get the individual workspace and it will return workspace dot id equal to local storage current workspace ID, right? Now here we'll add another if statement. So just add if this find workspace is true. So in this case, let's add the state dot current workspace, and in this current workspace we will set the find workspace. So this statement will set the current workspace in this state, right? After that, we'll add the else statement also. Let's add the else statement here. In this one, we'll add a state dot current workspace equal to action dot payload, and from this one we will find the first workspace. So just add the index 0. That's it. Now let's add the else statement for this if. So here we'll add else statement, and in this one we'll add the state dot current workspace equal to action dot payload and provide the index 0. Suppose this local storage current workspace ID is not available. In that case also we'll set the current workspace equal to action dot payload index 0, right? And after that we have to set the loading state, right? So here let's add the state dot loading property and equal to false. So the loading will become false, right? After that we'll add one more case. So I'll just copy this one and paste it here. In this one we'll add builder.addCase fetch workspaces dot, and then we'll add the rejected, right? And here we have added the arrow function with a state, and here we'll add a state dot loading and make it false. So just add the false here, save the changes. So we have added this extra reducer. Using that we will get the workspaces data from the database using the Backend API. Next we have to load the workspaces data when we load the layout file. So let's open the sidebar and open the pages and open layout.jsx file. Now in this file you can see we have this is sidebar open, then we have the loading, and we are getting this loading from use selector a state workspace, right? So with this loading we will also get the workspaces. So let's add comma here and provide workspaces. So we'll get the workspaces data from this state, right? And after that here we are getting the dispatch from use dispatch, and after that we have user from use user, right? And after that here we'll get the token. So let's add const curly braces get token equal to use auth. So use auth will get imported from the Clerk. You can see use auth has been imported from the Clerk / Clerk React, right? And after that here you can see we have this use effect that will load the theme. So let it be. After that here we have the use effect that is checking if the user is not logged in, then it will display the sign in component, right? But before that we will also add one more use effect. So here let's add comment called initial load of workspaces. So here we'll add use effect. Then in this use effect I'll add the arrow function, and then we'll add the dependency array. So in this array just add the user, and after that we'll add is loaded. Now come to this function, and in this function we'll add if statement if is loaded and user. So if is loaded is true and user is available, and this workspace dot length, I mean workspaces dot length is equal to 0, right? So in this case we will call the fetch workspaces. So just add dispatch, and here we'll add fetch workspaces and import it from the features folder. And in this one let's add the curly braces and provide the get token that is here. So if the workspaces length is 0, then it will call this fetch workspaces to get the workspaces data. It will initialize the workspaces, right? Now after that we have the workspaces data whenever we load our web page. Next we have to add one more functionality. Right now if I open the web page, it is not loaded yet. Here you can see we have this user, right? User is logged in, right? But after login we don't have any organization or workspace. So whenever we will create a new account or we log in into our account without any organization, then it will display a pop-up or component to create an organization. For that let me just come back, and here we have this loading, right? It will display the loading animation. So after that let's add another if statement, and it will check for the user. If the user is logged in, then we'll add the AND operator and provide the workspaces dot length is 0. So let's add workspaces dot length is 0. It means the user is logged in and they don't have any workspaces. So in this case we'll add return, and in this return let's add a div. Now in this div let me add some tailwind classes. So I'll add the class name property, provide the minimum height screen, then flex, justify center and item center, so that the component will be aligned in the center whatever we will place in this div. So in this div we have to add the component that will display a organization sign up form or create organization form. So let's add the component here, create organization, and import it from the Clerk. We are getting the suggestion here, just click here, create organization. That's it. If I scroll up, you can see the create organization has been imported from the Clerk React. That's it. Now we will save the changes and open our web page. So you can see it is displaying this create organization component where we can upload the image. For the organization, we have to add the organization name and slug. Slug will be added automatically according to the name, right? So whenever we will log in, it will display this pop-up to create an organization when we don't have any organization. So let me create an organization here. I'll upload one logo. Then we'll add the name. So I'll write the organization name, GreatStack Dev. And after that, I'll click on this button, create organization. So as you can see, once we have created the organization, we are redirected to this home page or dashboard page. And you can see the organization logo and organization name, and we have total one workspace, right? So this is the workspace or organization name, GreatStack Dev. And if you don't have any organization, it will display the create organization window or pop-up, right? Now after that, let me verify the organization data is saved in the database or not. And this organization data will get saved in the database using the Inngest function. So let's open the Inngest dashboard first. So in this Inngest dashboard, you can see we have the event called sync workspace from Clerk. If I open it, you can see it is executed successfully, right? So whenever we'll create the organization data will be available in the Clerk webhooks, and the Clerk webhooks will be managed by this Inngest function, right? And you can see this Inngest function is executed successfully. This Inngest function will add the data in database. So now let me open the Neon database, and in this one come to this workspace table, and you can see here we have the workspace data, right? That is the ID, name, slug. We don't have any description, and here we have the settings. This is the empty object. So we have successfully created the new workspace or organization. Here we have the image URL also that we have uploaded. It is working fine. Now again come back to the dashboard. That is the project manager dashboard that we are creating. So in this one we have this workspace or organization data in the top left corner, and if I click on this drop down, here we have the dummy data, right? So I'm going to replace this dummy data. Here will display the list of workspace available for this particular user, and when user will click on this create workspace, it will again display that pop-up to create a new workspace. For that, let me just come back to the VS Code, and here we will open sidebar. And in this sidebar, we have the components. In this components, you will find workspace dropdown.jsx file, right? Now in this one, we need the list of organizations. For that, we are going to use organization list, right? So just add const curly braces equal to use organization list. So use organization list has been imported from the Clerk React. Now in this one, let's add the object and provide user membership, and let's make it true. So here we have added user memberships true, and after that here we will get set active. After that we will get user memberships. After that we will get is loaded, like this. Now in this one also we have to add the functionality to display the create organization pop-up, right? So let's add const curly braces equal to use Clerk. Use Clerk has been imported, and from this use Clerk we can get open create organization. That's it. Now here we have these data and this component, right? After that Here we have this dispatch, navigate, and then we have this on select workspace, right? So in this on select workspace, we have to set the active workspace. So let's add set active and provide the object, and in this object we'll add the organization property. In this organization property we'll add the organization ID. That's it. After that, scroll down. Here you can see we have this comment close drop down on outside click, so let it be. And after that we'll add another use effect, so let's add use effect. In this one we'll add the arrow function, and then we'll add the dependency array. In this dependency array we'll add the current workspace, and we'll also add is loaded. Right, now come to this function, and here we'll add the if statement. If the current workspace is available and is loaded is true. So in this case we will use set active, and in this set active again add the object and provide the organization property, and in this organization property let's add the current workspace dot id. That's it. So it will set the current workspace, and after that we have to display the list of workspaces in the drop down. For that, let's scroll down, and here you will find this is open state. When it is true, we are displaying the list of workspaces, right? So here we have the dummy workspace data, right? So let me remove it. Instead of this dummy workspaces, I'll provide user memberships dot data, right? So it will display the list of workspaces where this user is a member, correct? And after that we'll add the on click property on this div, right? So here we have the text called create workspace. When we click on this button, it will open the component to create a new workspace. So let's add on click property here. In this on click we'll add the arrow function, and here let's add open create organization function, right? Then we'll add the semicolon, and here we'll add set is open, and let's make it false. So it will close that drop down, correct? After updating it, save the changes and let's open the web page. So now you can see if I click on this drop down, here we have only one workspace, and this workspace image is not visible, so I'll correct it. And here we have the button create workspace. If I click here, it is opening this component to create another workspace, right? So to fix this issue of workspace name and image, I'll just come back here, and in this map you can see we have added WS, that is workspace. So instead of this one, we'll add one object so that we can destructure the properties, and in this one we'll add the organization. So in this data we'll get the organization property, and in that organization property we will get the name, image and number of user, right? So let's update it here. We will add organization.id, then we'll add organization.id here also, then we'll add organization.image URL. Here we'll add organization.name, and after that let's add organization.name, and here we'll add organization.members count, and here we'll add organization.id. That's it. Save the changes and come back here. Now let me refresh it. I'll just click here. Still the image is not visible, so I'll just come back, and here let me update it. It will be image URL like this. Now it is correct. Save the changes and come back here. Now you can see we have the list of organizations with the logo, name and number of members. And when we click on anyone from the list, that will become the active organization, right? Or active workspace. And when we click here, it will open the component to create a new workspace. So let me create another workspace here. I'll write GreatStack marketing. I'll write MKT. And here we'll add any other image. So let me use this one, white image, and click on create organization. So now another organization has been created and it is asking to invite new members. So we can add a new member also, or we can skip this one. We will invite the members later. So we have created another organization. So now you can see in this drop down we have two workspaces, that is GreatStack Dev and GreatStack Marketing, and we have the name, image and total number of members. If I click on the second one, you can see it will become the active workspace, right? And you can see the workspace image here, the name, and here we have total 2 workspaces. We can switch from here. And if I click on this one, it will open the component to create a new organization or workspace. So we have added the functionality for user authentication, and with that we have also added the functionality to create an organization and switch between different organizations. After adding the authentication and organization feature and connecting it with the front end, next we have to create the APIs for the project so that we can add a new project, we can add the task in the project, right? So for that, let me just come back to the VS Code and let me close all these files, close saved. Now open this sidebar and let's come here in this server folder because we have created the backend in this server. Now in this server folder, we have the controllers folder. So in this controllers folder, we'll create a new file and write the file name projectcontroller.js. In this one, let me add the comment. So here we'll add create project. So here we'll add the controller function. Using that, we can create a new project. So just add export const create project equal to async arrow function. In this function parameter, we will get request and response like this. So we have created the function called create project. In this function, we'll add the try catch statement, right? And in this catch block, let's add console log, and here we'll provide this error. And after that, here we'll add the response. So just add response dot a status 500. Then we'll add the message using JSON method. So in this JSON, let's add message property. It will be error.code or error.message. So we have added the function with try catch block, and in the catch block we have added this code and the try block is empty. Now let me just duplicate this function, but before that we'll add the comment also. So let me add the comment here, update project, and copy this function, paste it here. So we have another function called update project, and here we'll add the function name update project, right? Now let's add the comment called add member to project. So let's add the comment, and after that again copy this function here. And in this one, let's add the function name add member. So you can see we have created 3 functions, that is create project, update project, and add member. Now let me complete the functions one by one. So I start with the first one, that is create project. Now in this one, first we need the user ID. So let's add const curly braces user ID, and we will get this user ID from the request, right? So just add equal to await request.auth. So this auth function is added using the Clerk. After that, we need the data from the request body. So whenever we are creating a project, we need the project data like workspace ID, project description, project name, a status, a start date, end date, team members, team lead, progress, and priority. So let's add const curly braces, and here let's get these data like workspace ID, description, name, a status, a start date, end date, team members, team lead, progress and priority equal to our request dot body. So we have to send these data on this API. After that, we'll add the comment. So let's add the comment. Check if user has admin role for workspace. So if the user is admin in this workspace, then only they can create the project. So I'll write const workspace equal to await, and here we will use Prisma. So we are not getting the suggestion for the Prisma, right? So I'll open this sidebar, and here you can see we have the configs folder where we have the prisma.js file. Let's open it. And after that, here if I type Prisma, we are getting this suggestion. So just import the Prisma from configs folder, and here we'll add the file name extension .js like this. Now from this Prisma, we will find the workspace table, then we'll add find unique. In this one, we have to add the object and provide the where property and provide the object ID, and the ID is workspace ID. Then we will add comma, and here we'll add include property. In this include property, let's add the members, and in this one let's add include and provide the object where we'll provide user true. So it will add the user data in this workspace, right? Now let's add the if statement. If not of workspace. Suppose we could not find this workspace, in that case we will return the response. So let's add return response.status 404. Then we will add the message using JSON method. So just add JSON. Message is workspace not found. After that, we'll add the if statement, and here we'll add not of workspace dot members dot sum, and here let's provide the arrow function where we'll add the member. Let me just close this if and create the arrow function here. Then we'll add member.user_id is equal to user ID and operator, and provide member.role equal to admin. So in this if statement, we are checking if this user is not admin, because we have added not operator here. So here we'll add return. So let me just copy this one, copy and paste it here. Return response status 403, and after that we'll add the JSON, and here we'll add the message. So let me add the message called you don't have permission to create project in this workspace. After that, let's add the comment. So I'll write get team lead using email, right? So here we'll add const team lead equal to await, and here we'll add prisma dot user dot find unique. And in this one, let's add the where property and provide the email here. In this email, just provide team_lead that we are getting from the body. After that, we'll add select, and here we'll add curly braces ID equal to true, ID colon true, right? So now we have the team lead. Next, we can create the project. So let's add const project equal to await, and here let's add prisma dot project dot create method. Now let's add the object here and provide the data. Now in this data, we will store the workspace ID. After that, we will store the name, then description, then we will add the status After that, we will store the priority. Then we will store progress. After that, we will store team lead. In this team lead, let's add team lead dot ID. Here we'll add the question mark. If it is available, it will be added here. After that, let's add the start date. So just add a start underscore date, and it will be a start date question mark. If it is available, let's add new date and provide the start date, and then we'll add colon null. So if it is available, it will convert it into date, else it will add null. After that, we'll add the end date also. So let's add end date. And here also we'll add the same thing. So just copy this, paste it here. Here we will add end date and end date. That's it. So we have created a project. It will be added in the database. After that, we have to add members to project if they are in the workspace. So here, let's add the comment. We will write add members to project if they are in the workspace. So we'll add the if statement, and here we'll add the team members question mark dot length. So if the length is greater than 0, so in this case we have to find the members list to be added, right? So just add const members to add, and it will be one empty array. After that, here we'll add the workspace dot members dot for each, and here we'll add the arrow function. So let's add the individual member and create the arrow function, then add the function here and write if statement if the team members dot includes, and here we'll add the member dot user dot email. So if this individual member email ID is included in this team members, then it should be added in the project, right? So here we'll add the if statement. So just add the members to add, and then add dot push, and here we'll add the member dot user dot ID. So we have to find the user ID. It will be added in this one, that is members to add, right? This is an array, that's why we have added push. So now we have the list of team members with their ID to be added in the project. Now to add the project member, we have to add a new entry in the database. If I open our Prisma schema file, you can see here we have user, workspace, then workspace member, right? So in this one, we have to add these data, but this is the workspace member, then we have the project, right? And after that we have the project member, right? So we have to add the data in this one, that is project member. We have to provide the user ID, and then we have to provide the project ID, correct? And these are the relations with other table, and this ID is auto generated. So we have to provide the user ID and project ID only in the project member. So I'll just come here, and here let's add await and provide Prisma dot project member. Let me add it inside this if block, right? So let me move it here like this. So we have added await Prisma dot project member dot create many, And after that, let's add the object here where we'll add the data property. And in this data property, let's add the members to add. Then we'll add .map method, and here we'll add the individual member ID and create the arrow function. Now here let's add parenthesis, then object, and it will be project ID. And in this project ID, let's store the project .id. After that, we will store the user ID, and in this user ID, let's add the member ID. That's it. So it will add the data in the database that will add the project member, right? Now here we have the project, and here we have the project member, correct? Now after that, we'll add one more variable where we will store the project data with the member also, and that will be sent in the response. So just add const project with members equal to await, and here we'll add prisma dot project dot find unique, and here we'll add the object and provide where, and let's add the ID. So the ID is project dot ID. After that, let's add includes, so it will include the other data. So let's add include, and in this one just add the member property or members property, and here let's add include and provide the user property, and in this user just add true. After that, let's add the tasks also, and in this task let's add include, and after that let's provide the assignee, and here let's make it true. And after that, we'll add the comments also. So let's add comments, and in this comments again add includes, and let's add the user and make it true, like this. And after that, we have to add the owner property. In this owner property, let's make it true. That's it. So here we have the project with members, and with that we have also added the tasks, and in this task we have added the comments, right? And after that, we can send this projects with members in the response. So let's add the response dot JSON. Now here we have to add the project property. So let's add the project property, and it will be this project with members. After that, we'll add the message property, and in this message property, let's add the string, that is project created successfully. That's it. So now we have created a controller function. Using that, we can create a new project, right? Next, let's come to the second function, that is update project. Now in this one, we have this try block. So in this try block, again we need the user ID. So I'll write const user ID. It will be await request.auth. After that, again we need the data from the body. So here also we'll add const curly braces, and we will get the ID, then workspace ID, description, name, status, start date, end date, progress, and priority, right? And here we have the ID also, so that we can update the particular project, and we will get this data from the request.body. After that, let's add comment here. Check if user has admin role for workspace. So again, we will add the same thing. Let me just come here, copy this one, and paste it here. That is const workspace equal to await prisma dot workspace dot find unique, where id is workspace id, includes members, include user true, right? And after that, let's add the if statement, not of workspace. So if we could not find the workspace, we will send the response. So just add return response status for not for, and the message is workspace not found. So here you can see we have added if statement not of workspace. Suppose if the workspace is not available, we will send this message in the response. Now suppose the workspace is available, so here we'll add the another if statement and write not of workspace dot members dot sum. Then we will add the arrow function here, and here we'll add the individual member and provide member dot user id equal to user id, and operator we will add the member dot role equal to admin. So what is happening here? It will check the user is the member and user is admin in this workspace, right? But suppose the user is not admin in this workspace, then what will happen? So here we have added not operator. It means when the user is not admin, in that case we will find the project and we will check the user is the team lead in this project or not, right? Now suppose the user is already admin, then we will come to this line and here we will simply update the project, right? But if the user is not admin, so here let's find the project first. So just add const project equal to await, and then write the prisma dot project dot find unique, and let's add the where property and provide the id. So it will find the project. After that, here let's add the if statement if not of project. Suppose the project is not available with this id, right? So just add the return statement and provide this response dot status for not for, and the message is project not found, right? Now we'll add the else statement. If the project is available, then we will check the role. So let's add else if, and in this else if, let me write project dot team lead not equal to user id, right? So if it is not the team lead, so let's add the return, and here we'll add the response. So just add response dot status for not 3, then we'll add the message you don't have permission to update projects in this workspace, right? Now if the user is admin, then they can directly come here, and we'll write const project equal to await, and we'll use prisma dot project dot update. We will use the update method here to update the project. So in this object we will add the where property and provide the id. Then we'll add comma and provide the data. So in this data, let's add the object and provide the workspace id. Then let's provide the description. Then we will provide the name. After that, we will provide the status. Then let's provide the priority. After that, we will provide the progress. Then provide a start date and end date. So I'll just copy from here, a start and end date. Paste it here. So again you can see we have the workspace ID, description, name, status, priority, progress, start date and end date, right? After that we will send the response. So let's add response.json, and here let's add the project that is updated here. So just add the project, and then we'll add comma, message property, and here we'll add the message project updated successfully. That's it. So here we have created the function. Using that we can update the project. Now we have the third function here, that is add member to project. So let's complete this function also. So in this try block, let's add const curly braces. We will get the user ID from request. So just add user ID equal to await request.auth. After that, let's add const project ID. We will get the project ID from the body. So just add request, or instead of body we will get it from the parameter. So let's add dot params. So we will get it from the URL params, and after that we'll add email, and we will get the email from the body. So let's add const curly braces email equal to request.body. So you can see we are getting the user ID. So this is the user ID who will add the member. Then we have the project ID. We will get this project ID from the URL path or the URL parameters. After that we will get the email ID, and this email ID will be sent in the request in the body. Now after that let's add the comment, check if user is project lead. So let's add const project equal to await, and here we will use prisma dot project dot find unique, and let's add the where property and provide the ID here. So the ID is project ID. After that let's add the comma and include. In this include let's add the member, and in this members property let's add include and provide the user, and let's make it true. So it will add the user data also in this project. After that here let's add the if statement, if not of project. So in this case we will send the response. So just add response dot status 404, and the message is project not found. After that we'll add another if statement, if the project dot team lead not equal to user ID, right? So if the user is not the team lead, so in this case we'll add return response dot status 404, and then we'll add the message here using JSON method. So it will be only project lead can add members. Now suppose the user is team lead. So in this case let's add the comment, check if the user is already a member. So if we are trying to add a user in the project and this user is already a member on this project, so here let's add const existing member equal to project dot members dot find method, and here we will add the arrow function, and in this function parameter we will get the individual member, and after that let's add member dot email id equal to email id, right? After that let's add the if statement, if existing member is true, right? So in this case we will send the response. So let's add return response dot status 400 JSON, and the message is user is already a member. Now after that let's add const user equal to await, then we'll add the prisma dot user dot find unique, and in this one we'll add the where property and provide the email ID. So using this email ID, we will get the particular user, and after that let's add the if statement not of user. Suppose we could not find the user with this email ID. So let's add the return statement, and here we'll add asterisk 404 and the message is user not found. Now suppose the user is available with this email ID, then we will add the data in database. So let's add const member equal to await. Then we will add the prisma dot project member dot create, and after that let's add the data, and in this data simply add the user ID, right? And in this user ID let's add the user dot ID property. After that we'll add the project ID. That's it. We need only these two data. So this user will be added in this project. It means the member is added in the project. After that let's send the response. So let's add response.json, and in this one let's add the object and provide this member who is added. After that we'll add the comma and provide the message here. So the message is member added successfully. That's it. So here we have created three controller function, that is add member, then update project and create project. Now using these controller function we'll create the API endpoint. So let's create the routes. So I'll open this sidebar. Here we have the routes folder. In this one create a new file and write the file name project_routes.js. Now in this one we will create the router. So just add import express from the express package, and then we'll add const project router equal to express dot router. So we have created the project router. Now in this project router let's add different path. So we'll add the API type, that is post, and then we'll provide the path, it is slash, and then provide comma, and here we'll add the controller function name, that is create project. So you can see the create project has been imported from this controllers folder project controller.js file. Write the file name extension .js. So here we have added create project. Now let me just duplicate this, and here we'll change the type. It will be put like this, and the path will be same. Here we'll update the controller function, so it will be update project. So update project has been imported. Now let's duplicate it. Here we will change the type, it will be post, and then we have to update the path, so it will be slash colon and provide the project ID. So this project ID will be added using URL params. After that we'll add slash add member. So first we'll add the project ID, then add member, and after that here we have to add the controller function, that is add member. So you can see the add member controller function has been imported. Next we have to export this router from this file. So let's add export default project router. Now let's open our main file, that is server.js file, and in this one here let's add app.use and provide the API path. It will be /API/projects like this, and after that we have to add the middleware, that is protect. So the protect middleware has been added, and after that we'll add the project router. So the project router has been imported. If I come here, you can see it has been imported. So here we have created the APIs to add a new project, update the project, and add a new member in the project. Now we have to create the APIs to add tasks in this project. For that we'll create the controller file. So let's open this sidebar, and in this controller folder we'll create a new file and write the file name taskcontroller.js. Now in this one, first we'll create the controller function to create a new task. So let's add the comment, that is create task. And after that we'll create the function here. So let's add export const create task equal to async arrow function. Now in this function parameter we will get request and response, and after that let's add the try catch statement. Now in this try block we will use the request to get the user ID. So let's add const curly braces user ID, and let's get this user ID from the request dot auth function, and before this we will add the await also, like this. So now we have the user ID. After that we need the task data that needs to be added in the project. So I'll write const curly braces. First we need the project ID. After that we need the title. Then we need description. After that we need type. After that we will get the status, priority and assignee ID. After that here we will get the due date also. So let's add the due date equal to request.body. So we have to send these data on this API. After that let's add const origin equal to request dot get method, and here we'll add origin. After that let's add the comment. So I'll write check if user has admin role for project. So first we need to find the project using this project ID. So I'll write const project equal to await, and then we'll use Prisma. Import the Prisma from configs folder and add the filename extension .js. Now let's add Prisma project find unique. In this one let's add the where property, and then we have to provide the ID. So the ID is project ID that we are getting from the request body. After that let's add the include property. In this include let's add the members, and after that let's add include, and here we'll add curly braces user property true. So in the members it will add the users data, right? After that here we'll add another if statement and write not of project. Suppose we could not find any project with this project ID, right? So in this case we'll send the response. So let's add return response.status for not for, and the message is project not found. Now suppose the project is available. So here we'll add else if. So in this else if let's add the project dot team lead not equal to user ID. So if this user is not a team lead in this project, in this case let's add return. So I'll just copy this statement, paste it here, and here we'll write response status for not 3, and then we'll add the message. So the message is you don't have admin privileges for this project. Let me update this, not equal to, right? After that again add else if, and here we'll add the assignee ID, and Then we'll add not of project dot members dot find, and here let's add the arrow function, provide individual member, and it will return the member dot user ID. So we'll add user dot ID equal to assignee ID, right? So in this case we have to send the response. So let's add return response.status for not 3, and here we'll add the message. So the message is assignee is not a member of the project or workspace, right? Now after that we'll add const, and here we'll create the task. So let's add task equal to await, and now we'll add the prisma dot task dot create method, and here we have to add the data. So let's add the data property and provide the project ID first, then we have to provide the title. After that we will provide the description, then provide priority. After that we will provide the assignee ID, and then let's provide the status, right? Then add comma, and here we'll add the due date. In this due date let's add new date, and here we will provide the due date. So here we have created a new task. This task will be added in the database. Now in this task we will add the assignee details also. So here let's add const task with assignee equal to await, and then provide prisma dot task dot find unique, and after that here let's add the where property and provide the ID. So the ID is task dot ID. Then we will provide the comma and provide include. In this include just add the assignee and it will be true. So it will add the assignee data also, right? After that we can send the response here. So let's add response.json, and here we have to add the task. So let's add the task property, and in this task provide this task with assignee. After that we have to add the message also. So let's add the message property, and the message text is task created successfully. Now come to the catch block, and in this catch block simply add console log error. Then we'll add response.status 500. Then we'll add .json method and provide the message property, that is error.code or error.message. So we have created this controller function. Using that we can create a new task. After that we need to create another controller function. Using that we can update the task, right? So scroll down, add the comment here, update task, right? Now let me just copy the same task from here. Let's copy it and paste it here. Here we will change the name. So first update the function name, that is update task. It is also asynchronous arrow function with try catch block inside this function. Then here we need to get the task, right? So let's add const task equal to await, and then we'll add the prisma dot task dot find unique, and after that in this one just add where, and here let's add the ID. So the ID will be request dot params. So in the API URL parameter will add the task ID, right? So just add params.id. So here we'll get the task ID and we will find the task using this ID using the prisma.task.findUnique, right? After that, here let's add the if statement, if, and provide not of task. So if we could not find the task, in this condition we'll add the return statement. So let's add return response.status 404 and JSON message is task not found. After that we will get the user ID from the request auth. It is correct. Then let me remove the data from the body. We will use it later, and remove the origin also. So here we have the user ID that we are getting from the request.auth method, right? And after that, here we have to find the project, right? So here we have project equal to await, then prisma.project.findUnique, where ID is this particular task dot project ID. And after that, here we have include, and in this one we have added members, include user true, right? Now here we have added if not of project. Suppose the project is not available in this variable, right? So here we'll send the message that is project not found. Then we have added else if statement, and here we have added you don't have admin privileges for this project, right? And remove this last if statement. So I'll remove this one. That's it. And after that, here we'll add const, and let's add updated task equal to await, and let's use the prisma dot task dot update method. Using this we will update the task in database, right? And here we have the previous task data. Let me remove it, and let's remove this one also. So here we have updated task. It is equal to await prisma task update. Now here let's add where and provide the ID. So it will be request.params.id. So this is the task ID. After that we have to update the data. So let's add the data property, and we will get it from the request.body. That's it. So it will update the task, right? And after that we will send the message also, and we'll also send the updated task, right? So just add response.json task property, and in this task property provide this updated task, correct? And then we have to add the message. So the message is task updated successfully, and then we have this catch block. So we have created the controller function to update any task. Next we have to create a function using that we can delete any task, right? So let's come here, add the comment delete task, and let me just copy this function from here. Let's copy and paste it here, right? Now in this one we have the try catch block. We have the same statement in the catch block, and here we have the try block. Let's start with the function name. So the function name should be delete task, right? Now let's remove this and this one also. First we will get the user ID from the request.auth. After that we need the task ID from the body. So here we'll write const curly braces task IDs equal to request.body, right? And after that let's find the tasks. So just add const tasks equal to await, and here we'll add prisma dot task dot find many. we can delete many tasks, right? So here we'll add this object and provide where, and then we will add curly braces id and curly braces in task IDs. So it will delete all the tasks with this IDs, right? And after that, let's add if statement if the task dot length is equal to 0. So in this case, let's add return response.status 404 JSON message, and the message is task not found. So here we have the task IDs, and using these IDs we will find all the tasks. Suppose we don't find any task here, the task length is 0, then we will display this message in the response, right? Now suppose the task is available, this length is greater than 0, right? So in this case, let's add const project equal to await prisma.project.find unique. Then we'll add where id, and in this id let's add the task index 0 dot project id. It will be tasks like this. And after that we have added include. Let me remove the comment from here. Here we have added include members, include user true. I'll remove this comment from here also. So here we have added this project, right? Now here we have added not of project. If the project is not available, we will return the response project not found. And if the user is not team lead, right, then we will return this response you don't have admin privileges for this project, correct? After that, here we'll add await prisma dot task dot delete many, right? And after that, here we'll add where and provide the id, and in this one we'll add the object provide in task IDs, so it will delete all the tasks, right? After that, we will send the response using this response.json, and then we'll add the message property, so the message will be task deleted successfully, like this. So here we have created another function to delete the task. Now using these controller function, we'll create the APIs, right? For that, let's create a new file, and here in this routes folder, we'll create a new file and write the file name taskroutes.js. Here we'll create the router, so let's add import express from the express package, and after that let's add const task router equal to express.router. So we have created a router. In this router we'll add the endpoint. So I'll write this task router dot post method and provide the path slash, and then we'll add the controller function create task. Create task has been imported here. We'll add the file name extension .js in this line, correct? Now let me just duplicate this line. Here we'll add the type put like this, and now we'll add the ID here, just add colon ID, that will be the task ID, and here we have to provide the controller function update task. It has been imported. Now duplicate this line, and here we'll add the type post, right? And here we'll add the path delete slash delete and provide the controller function called delete task. So the delete task function has been imported. After that, we have to export this router from here, so just add export default task router. Now let's open our main file server.js, and in this one just duplicate this line, correct? and here we'll change the path. So it will be /API/task. Then we'll add the protect middleware, and after that we'll add the task router. So you can see the task router has been imported. So we have created the API to create a new task, update the task, and delete the task. Now we have to create the controller function for comments. It means when we have created the task, user can add the comments on the task. For that we have to create the API. So let's create the controller functions. So first we'll create a file here in this controllers folder, create a new file and write the file name commentcontroller.js. Now in this one, first we'll add the controller function to add comment. So let's add the comment here, add comment, and then we'll add the function here, export const add comment equal to async arrow function. Then we'll add request and response in this parameter. After that, let's add the try catch statement, and after that in this catch block we'll add the statement from previous function. So I'll just copy this and paste it here like this. So here we have added console log and response status 500 JSON, and the message is error.code or error.message. Now let's come here in the try block, and in this try block first we need the user ID. So I'll write const user ID equal to await request.auth. After that we'll add const curly braces, let's add the comment, and then we'll get the task ID, and we'll get these data from the request body. So let's add request.body. Right. After that we'll add check if user is project member. So if the user is a project member, then only they can add the comment. So I'll write const task equal to await prisma, and here we'll add the file name extension .js in this import statement. Then we'll add prisma.task.findUnique, and then we'll add the where property and provide ID. So the ID will be task ID, right? So now we have the task here, and after that let's add const project. Let's find the project. So I'll write project equal to await prisma dot project dot find unique, and after that let's add the where, and here let's add the ID. So the ID is task dot project ID like this, and after that let's add include, and here we'll add members, and again add include, and here we'll add the user, and let's make it true. So it will add the user data in this project data. Now suppose the project is not available, so I'll write if not of project. So in this case let's add the return and provide response.status 404, and then JSON, and message is project not found. Now the project is available, then what will happen? Then we'll add const member equal to project dot members dot find, and here we'll add the individual member and create the arrow function. So I'll write member, and let's create the arrow function here, and after that let's add the member dot user ID equal to user ID that we are getting here, right? And after that let's add the if statement, if not of member. It means this user is not the project member. So in this case let's add the return, and we'll add the status 403, and the message is you are not member of this project. right? Now suppose this member is true, it means the user is the project member, right? So in this case we can create the comment. So let's add const comment equal to await, and here we'll add prisma.comment.create, and after that let's add the data, and in this data simply add curly braces, provide the task ID and comment, and then we'll add the user ID also. Let me move it in the new line like this. So you can see we have added data. In this data we have added task ID, comment and user ID. Then we'll add the comma here and provide include, and here let's add user and make it true. That's it. Now after that we can send the response, right? So here we'll add response.json, and let's add the comment here. So this comment will be added in the response. So we have created the controller function. Using that we can create a new comment on the task. If I come here, you can see this content is not used. So this is the comment content, right? So let's scroll down, and you can see in this database we are adding task ID, and then we have to add this one content. Let's correct it. It is task ID, content and user ID. That's it. Save the changes. Now it is used, right? Next we have to add another controller function. Using that we can get comments for individual task, right? So here we'll add one controller function. So I'll write const, or we'll export this function. So I'll write export const get task comments equal to async arrow function, and in this function parameter we will get request and response. After that let's add the try catch statement, and in this catch block we'll add this statement from here. After that in this try block first we need the task ID. So let's add const curly braces task ID equal to request dot params. So from the API params we will get the task ID, right? And after that let's add const comments equal to await, and provide the prisma dot comment dot find many, and in this one let's add the object, provide where, let's add the task ID, right? Then we'll add comma, include, and here let's include the user data. So let's add user true. So here we have added this statement. Using that we'll get the comments, right? After that we can send this comments in the response. So let's add response.json, and in this JSON we'll add the object and provide this comments. That's it. So we have added the controller function to get the comments on a individual task. Now using these controller function we have to create the API endpoint. For that we have to create the routes, correct? So let's create a new file in this routes folder and write the file name commentroutes.js, and here we have to create the router. So I'll write import express from the express package, then we'll add const comment router equal to express dot router. Now in this comment router we have to add the method post and provide the path. It will be slash, and then we'll add the add comment controller function. So this add comment controller function has been imported. Just add .js file name extension. And after that, let's duplicate this line. Here we'll add the path colon task ID, right? And here we'll add the type get. So this is the type get, and here we'll add the controller function get task comments. So this get task comments has been imported. After that, we have to export this comment router. So let's add export default comment router, and then we will add it in the main file, that is server.js. So duplicate this line, and here we'll add the path. So the path will be /API/comments, then protect middleware, and here we'll add comment router. So this comment router has been imported from the comment routes.js file. So we have added the API. Using that, we can add the comment and we can get the list of comments on any task. Next, we have to add one more functionality here. Previously, we have created this task controller, and in this task controller, you can see we have this function create task. So whenever a new task gets created, we have to send an email also to all users. For that, we are going to integrate the sending email using Inngest function. So the Inngest function will send the emails to all users whenever a new task is created. To send an email, we need a package called NodeMailer. So let's open web browser, and in the new tab, we will search for NodeMailer. Open this website, and here you can see the command npm install NodeMailer. We have to use this to install this package. After that, you can see the step how to use it. So to create the transporter, we have to add NodeMailer.createTransport, and in this one we have to provide these data, where we'll add the SMTP details like SMTP host and then username and password. After that, we will create the sender using this transporter.sendEmail or sendMail. So we have this sendMail function where we will add the email, the sender email, then receiver email, right? And then we have to add the subject, right? And then we have to add the message either in the HTML or text. In this text, we can simply add the text, or we can use the HTML to add the formatted text like a HTML format. So to use it, I'll just come back to the VS Code, open the terminal, and let's come to the backend terminal. Here it is. This is the backend server. So project is running. I'll write Control C to stop it, and here we'll add this command npm install NodeMailer. Press enter. So it has been installed. After that, start the project again using npm run server. So now the backend server is again running. Now we will hide this terminal, and let's open the sidebar. In this configs folder, we will create a new file and write the file name nodemailer.js. So we have added nodemailer.js file in this configs folder. And in this one, first we have to import the NodeMailer package. So just add import NodeMailer from NodeMailer. After that, we have to create the transporter like this. So I'll just come back and copy this. And paste it here. I'll remove this comment and remove this secure property also. So here we have the host, port, auth. Then we have the user and pass, that is password. So after creating this transporter, here we have to create a function that will send the email. For that, again come back to the document on this NodeMailer, and we will copy this function. Let's copy this one and come here. Let's paste it here, and after that Here I'll create a function. I'll write const send email equal to asynchronous add of function. Now within this function, let's move this code. So it will send an email and it will return some data, right? So here I'll write const response equal to await transporter dot send mail, right? Now here we have to add the sender email ID. After that we have to provide the receiver email ID, then subject, and then we will provide the HTML. So instead of this text, we will simply provide the HTML. Remove this comment. Now let me remove this dummy data from here. And here we will get these data from our parameters, right? So here in this parameter, let's add curly braces. We will get the 2, that is the receiver email ID. Then we'll add subject, and after that we'll get the body data, right? So let's provide the 2 here. After that we will provide the subject and provide the comma, and then provide the body. We will provide this body in HTML, right? And here we have to add the sender email ID. So to get the sender email ID and these SMTP data, we have to use any SMTP provider. For that, let's come back to the web browser, and here we will open Bravo. You can use any SMTP provider. So I'm going to use this, and here you need to create an account. So I'll click on sign up for free, and let me continue with my Google account. After that, in the right side you will find your profile name. Let's click here, and then I'll go to settings, and in the left side you will find this SMTP and API. Let's click here. So here you will find the SMTP server or host name, then port number, and then your SMTP email, right? So we need to store these data in the environment variable, right? So I'll just come back to the VS Code, and let's open the server folder, then open .env file in this backend server. Here we have these environment variables, right? And after that, here we'll add a space, and let's add sender email. So the sender email will be the email ID that we have used to create the Bravo account, right? So I'll write the email ID here, that is user.greatstack@gmail.com. I have used this email. And after that we will store the username. So I'll write SMTP user, and this is the SMTP user. I'll just copy and paste it here. After that we'll add the SMTP pass, that is password. So here we have this password, right? So we have multiple passwords here. I'll create one more here. So I'll click on this button, generate new SMTP key. Here we'll add the name. So this is the project management, and click on generate. So here we have the key. I'll just copy this and paste it here. So we have added the sender email ID, SMTP user, and password. Now just come back here in the node mailer, and here we will get the sender email from the environment file, that is environment variable file. So I'll write process.env dot and the environment variable name sender email, right? And after that let's add the username and password in this transporter. So first we'll add this SMTP host. Let's just copy it. Copy and paste it here. Then provide the email and password, right? So it is also added in the environment variable. So I'll remove this and provide process.env.smtp user. And let's just copy this, paste it here, and here we'll add SMTP pass. So we have configured this node mailer to send an email. After that, let's export this send email function from this file. So I'll write export default send email, and using this function we can send the email, right? And here we have the response. So this function will return the response. So here let's add return response. So whenever we will call the send email and provide the receiver email ID, subject and body, it will send the email and return the response. And we can call this function from any file because we have exported it from this file. After that, we have to create the ingest function that will send the email whenever the task gets created. So I'll just come to sidebar. We will come to ingest folder and open index.js file. In this one, you can see we have created these functions, right? And we have already synced these functions with the ingest application. Now we'll create one more function. So first we'll add the comment here. Let's add the comment ingest function to send email on task creation. And I'll write const send task assignment email, and it will be ingest dot create function. Now in this one, let's add the object and provide the ID. So in this ID, I'll write send task assignment email, then comma and another object. Here we'll add the event. So let's add the event. It will be app/task.assigned, right? And after that, let's add the function here. So I'll write async arrow function, and in this function parameter, we will get the event and a step. So I'll write event and a step here, and within this function, let's get the task data from this event. So I'll write const curly braces task ID, and then let's get the origin also, equal to event.data. So from this event we will get the task ID and origin, and after getting it, here let's find this task. So I'll write const task equal to await, then use prisma.task.findUnique, and after that let's add where ID and provide this task ID. So it will find the particular task, and in this one we have to include some data. So just add include. Here we will add assignee and make it true. So it will add the assignee data, and after that it will also add the project data. So just add project true. After getting the task data, now we have to send the email. So here we'll add await send email, and let's import this function. Click here. I'll scroll up. You can see send email has been imported from the nodemailer.js file. And after that, in this one, we have to provide one object. So first we'll add the to property. In this to, we will add the task dot assignee dot email. So this is the receiver email. After that, we have to add the subject here. In this subject, let's add the message. So I'll write double quote, new task assigned, or let me write new task assignment in, and then we'll add the project data, right? So to insert the project data here, we'll add the template literal. So let me convert it in backticks, remove the double quote and use backticks here, so that we can add $ curly braces to use the template literal. Now we'll add the task dot project dot name. You can see in this task we have included the project data, and in this project we will get the name also. So the subject will be new task assignment in project name, right? Now add comma, and then we have to add the third property, that is body. In this body also we'll add backticks, and after that here you can add more details about this task. So you can add the assignee name, like I'll write hi, and provide the $ curly braces, and provide the task dot assignee dot name. So this is the receiver name, right? After that you can add other details like task title. So we can write like this, backticks, $ curly braces, task dot title, remove this comma from here. So we have added hi and receiver name, then we have added the task title, and then we'll add some other text. We can also add the task description like this, task dot description. We can add the due date also, like I'll add here, backticks, $ curly braces, task dot due date. Next, we need to convert this date into a date format. So I'll just cut this one, and here we'll add new date. And in this one, provide this task dot due date. And after that, we'll add to local date string and call this function. So it will display the due date. We can also send the origin or URL so that the user can come to this portal after seeing this email. So to display that URL, you can use the anchor link. So we can use the A tag like this. And in this one, we can add the text called view task. And then we will add the href property here. And in this href, we can insert the URL. For that, we can use $ curly braces and provide the origin. That's it. So we can send the message like this, but I want to make it professional. So we have already prepared one HTML template for this. So I'll just remove this one, and here we'll add these data in a HTML template. So we have added the data here. You can see we have added a div and added some style property. Then we have added the receiver name. Then we have added the task title. After that, we have added task description and due date. Then we have added the origin in A tag, and here we have the message. Please make sure to review and complete it before the due date. So this function will send an email to assignee or receiver with their name, then task title, then due date, then task description and URL, and this text message. Now this ingest function will add another function also that will be sleeping. It means it will be a scheduled function. So I'll just come here and After sending this email, here we'll add if statement, and we will check for the today's date, and if the today's date is not equal to due date, then we will add another function that will be scheduled to trigger on due date. So here we'll add new date. Let me just copy from here. And paste it here. New date task.duedate underscore to local string not equal to new date to date string. Here we have added to local date string, and this is the to date string. So here we are checking if the today's date is not equal to due date. So in this case, we'll add await a step dot sleep until, and in this one let's add the ID, wait for the due date, right? Then we'll add comma here and provide new date, and the new date will be the task dot due date, right? So this function will sleep until due date, and when the due date comes, it will execute a function. So let's add await a step dot run, and here we will check for the task whether the task is completed or not. So let's add check if task is completed. If the task is completed, we will not do any action, but if the task is still pending, we will send the reminder email. So I'll write async arrow function. In this one, first we will get the task data. So let's add const task equal to await prisma dot task dot find unique. In this one, let's add where ID, and the ID is task ID, right? And after that we'll add include, and we will include the assignee, it will be true, and then we'll include the project. Let's make it true. And after that, here let's add the if statement, if not of task. So if the task is not available, then let's add return. So it will not do anything. Now let's add another if statement, and here we'll add the task dot a status property not equal to done. So if the task is not done yet, it means the task is pending. So in this condition, we have to send another email that will be reminder email. So I'll write await a step dot run, and let's add the ID here, send task reminder email, and after that we'll add the async function that will send the email. So we have added the async arrow function, and here let's add await, and we will use the sender function, that is send email function. So let's add send email, and here we have to add the data like to. So in this to, we will provide the task dot assignee dot email, it means the receiver email. Then we'll add the subject again. So I'll write the subject here in backticks. So it will be reminder for project name, reminder for task.project.name, right? And after that we have to add the data in body property. So let's add comma body, and here we will add the HTML template. You can add the data in simple text format also. So I have already created the HTML template for email, so I'll paste it here. So in this one you can see we have added the div Then we have added the h2 tag. In this h2 tag, we have added the receiver name. Then we have added the project name. Then we have added the p tag with task title. Then we have added another div, and in this one we have added the task description and due date. After that we have added the link to view the task, and after that we have added this message: please make sure to review and complete it before the due date. That's it. So this email will be sent on the due date if the task is still pending. So we have created this ingest function that will send the email whenever the task is created, and it will send another reminder email on the due date if the task is still pending. So now let's export it here. So I'll write comma and provide this function send task assignment email, right? So we have added this function in this functions array. So now we have added all the functionality. Next we have to deploy it so that we can sync our application in the ingest. So let's click on this source control icon, and here we have to add the commit message. But before that we have missed one more thing. We have created the ingest function, but this ingest function is not triggered yet. So I'll just come here in the task controller. We have the task controller.js file. In this one we have created this controller function create task, right? So after creating the task we have to send the email, right? So let's come here, scroll down. You can see the task has been created in the database, and in the task we have added the assignee data. And just before this sending response, let's send the email also. So here we'll add await and use the ingest. So just import the ingest from the ingest folder index.js file, right? So you can see ingest has been imported from the ingest/index.js file, and after that here we will use .send. In this send method we'll add the object and provide the name. So in this name we will add the event name, that is app/task assigned, right? And after that we have to send the data also. So let's add the data property, and in this data property let's add the task ID, and in this task ID we'll provide task.id. Then we'll add the comma and provide the origin like this. So here it will trigger the ingest function, and it will send this event app task.assigned, and it will pass this data task ID and origin, and it will be received here in this ingest function. You can see this is the event name app/task.assigned, and here we'll receive the task ID and origin so that it will send the email whenever a new task is created. After that let's upload the code on GitHub. So click on this source control. Here we'll add the message. So we'll add the message here backend complete, and click on commit button. Then sync changes. So it will update the code on our GitHub repo. It's done. Now let me just come back to the GitHub profile and open this repository. Let me refresh it. So you can see just now we have committed the changes, correct? And after that it will automatically redeploy our project. If I come to deployments, it is redeploying the project, but it will give an error because we have not updated the environment variables. So I'll come to settings, then come to environment variables, and here you can see we have these environment variable. We have added the node environment, then Clerk, then we have the database URL, direct URL, and ingest, right? And after that I'll just come here and open our .env file. So in this one, you can see after ingest, we have added these environment variables. So I'll just copy this one also, and then let's paste it here in this key. So we have added the key and value like this. So we have the sender email, SMTP user and SMTP password. Then click on save. After that, click on redeploy. Let's click on view deployment. So you can see the project is getting redeployed. So now you can see the status ready. Correct? If I open this URL, here also you can see server is live. So backend is successfully redeployed, and after that we will sync our ingest application. So I'll open the ingest dashboard. Right now you can see we have total 7 functions, right? And after that, click on this project management and then click on this resync button in the top right corner. Then click here, resync app. Now you can see here we have total 8 functions. So the new function is added here. Let me show you that. Send task assignment email. You can see here we have one more function, send task assignment email, that we have just created. So finally we have completed the backend of our project management application. Now we have to link all the backend APIs with this front end so that we can enable the project creation, then we can enable the task creation and comment on the task, and we can also enable the invitation of team member in a project. In this dashboard, we have already integrated the user authentication feature. Using that we are logged in, right? And we have also integrated the organization feature so that we can create the organization or workspace. We can click here to create multiple workspace. And now let's start with this dashboard where we have to display the user's name. Right now you can see welcome back user. So instead of this user, we will display the user's name. After that, we will display these data in the dashboard. Right now you can see all the data is 0, right? So these are the data coming from the assets. Now let me just come back to the VS Code and we'll close all the files. So right click here and select close saved. After that, in the sidebar we have this server folder. So let's hide this and we will expand the client folder, because we have to update the code in the client project, right? Now in this client, you can see we have the pages folder, and in this pages we have dashboard.jsx file. Let's open this dashboard file. In this one, you can see we have the user variable and we have added one object with full name user. Now instead of this one, we will get the user data from Clerk. We will write import curly braces use user from, and here we'll add at Clerk/Clerk React. Now let's add this use user here. So we'll get this user from use user function, right? And in this one we'll get the full name property, right? Now after that, if I open the web page, here you can see, let me refresh it. It should display the user's name here. To display the user's full name here, I'll just come back and let me add this user in curly braces, because in this data we will get the user property, right? It will be one object, and in that one we'll get the user property, and in that user property we will get the full name. Now let's save the changes and come back here. So you can see here we have the full name, welcome back GreatStack, right? After that, we have these data like total projects, completed project, my task, and overdue, right? So we have added it in a component. If I scroll down, you can see here we have this a stats grid, right? We have the stats grid component. So let's open this component. I'll open this sidebar components folder and open the stats grid component. Now in this one, you can see we have this function stats grid. So first we are getting the current workspace, right? And after that, here we have the state variable where we have added the initial values like total number of projects, active projects completed, my task, and overdue issues, right? And after that we have the stat cards, right? And then here we have the use effect, and in this use effect we have added a function. So here we are checking if current workspace is true, then we will set the data using this set states, right? And in this one we have added the total projects. So the total projects are current workspace dot projects dot length. Then we have the active projects. It is also current workspace dot projects dot filter. So we will filter out the active projects here. Then we have the completed projects, then my task, right? And then we have overdue issues. So these data is coming from the current workspace, and current workspace is already selected here, right? We can choose the current workspace from here and it will display the data using that workspace. Now next we have this button, that is new project. If I click here, it is opening this window to create a new project, right? So let me show you this component also. I'll just come back here, and if I come to this dashboard, you can see we have this button, right? And in this button we have added new project, right? And it is opening the pop-up. So here we have added on click set is dialog open. So when it is true, then it will open create project dialog, right? So let's open this component. I'll open this sidebar, and here we have the create project dialog.jsx file. So in this file you can see we have the current workspace. It is also selected from the state using this use selector. And after that we have added the state variable where we have added the properties like name, description, status of the project. And when we will enter the data in the form, it will get saved in this state, right? And after that we have to update this data in the database. For that, here we have added this handle submit function, right? So we have to complete this function. In this one, let's add try catch statement, and in this try block let's add the if statement, and we'll add not of form data. You can see here we have the form data, right? So when the form data dot team lead property is not true, right? So in this case we will add return and provide the toast. We are not getting this suggestion here, so we have to display the toast notification. If I open the package.json file, so in this one you can see we have the React hot toast already installed, right? So this package is available. So I'll just come back here and let me import it manually. So here we'll write import toast from React hot toast, and after that let's come here and we'll type toast dot error, and here we'll add the message please select a team lead, right? And after that let's use the setter function set is submitting true. So you can see here we have the is submitting a state. So we will make it true, and after that we'll add the API call. So let's add const curly braces data equal to await, and then we will use the API. Let's import this API. You can see in this client project we have added the api.js file, right? So from this file we will import the API. Let's add API and import it from the configs folder. It has been imported. After that we'll add dot post method, and then we have to add the path of this API endpoint. So it is /API/projects. Using that we can create a new project. Then we'll add the comma here and provide the project data. So I'll write the workspace ID, and in this workspace ID let's provide the current workspace dot ID. After that we have to add comma and a spread operator. We will provide this form data, right? And after that we have to authenticate our request. So just add curly braces and authorization property. In this authorization we have to provide the backticks, bearer, and provide the token. So to provide the token here we'll add $ curly braces, and let's add await get token. So first we have to use the get token from the Clerk. So I'll scroll up, and here let's add const curly braces get token function and get it from the use auth, and use auth has been imported from the Clerk/Clerk React, right? Now just call it here. We will add get token. So it will authenticate our API request, correct? And after that here we have to call the function that will add a new project in the state, right? So if I come here and open this features, in this features we have the workspace slice. In this one you can see we have the function called add project, right? So we have to use this to add a new project, correct? So I'll just come back here in our create project dialog, and first we will import the dispatch here. So let's add const dispatch equal to use dispatch and import it from the React Redux, right? And after that come here in this API call, and after this API call we'll add dispatch and provide the add project, and in this add project let's add the data dot project. So from this API call we'll get the data in the response, and in this data we'll get the project property. So it will store the project data in the state, and after that we have to set the submitting a state false, right? So let's copy and paste it here, and here we'll make it false, right? And after that let's come here in the catch block. In this catch block we'll add the toast notification. So let's add toast dot error, and here let's provide the error dot response dot data dot message. We have added the question mark also. Then we'll add the OR operator and provide the error dot message property, right? Now we'll add finally, and in this block let's set the is submitting false, right? And here we will not make it false. Here we will use the setter function to close this submit form. So let's use the setter function set is dialog open and make it false. So it will close this dialog or pop-up to create a new project after submitting the form. So after adding it, let's test our functionality. To test this add project feature, we will come back to the web browser and let's click on this button, add project or new project. Here also we can click, it will open the same pop-up, right? Now here we have to add the project name. So let me add a project name here, Launchpad CRM. Then we'll add one small description. So we have added one description here. Let's add the status active. Here we'll add the priority medium. Then we'll set the start date. So let's set the start date today and we'll set the end date. I'll set 31st. And after that, choose the project lead. So I'll use this email ID. Right now we have only one user in this workspace. So we have selected the project lead and it is also added in the team member, right? Now click on this create project button. It says unauthorized. So let me fix it. We will come back to the VS Code and in this one you can see we have created this API call, right? Let me add the space here. So you can see in this API call we have added this path, then we have added the data in this object, and after that we have provided this authorization. So this authorization property should be provided in the headers, right? So let me just fix it. I'll just cut this one. And first we'll add the object with headers property. And in this headers property, we will provide this object that contains the authorization, bearer, and this await get token. Now save the changes and come back here. And now I'll click on this button to add a new project. So click this button, create project. You can see creating in this button text. And after that, add project is not defined. So let me check this one also. We will just come back to the VS Code. You can see we have added this add project here, but we have to import it, right? So I'll just scroll up and here let's add import curly braces add project and let's import it from / features folder / workspace, that is workspace slice. So in this feature folder we have the workspace slice file. Now it will be available, right? And after that I'll just come back and click on this button again. Now you can see creating, and now you can see the project has been created. You can see total projects 1, right? Completed 0, my task 0, overdue 0. Let me refresh it. So here you can see we have 2 projects because we have attempted the project creation multiple times. First time it got created, but it is not added in the state, right? Because we have not imported it. That's why we have created 2 projects here. So let me delete it. I'll just come back to the database and let's come here in the project. And you can see we have 2 projects with the same name, right? So let me delete one of it. And I'll just come back here. Let me refresh it. So you can see we have 1 project and it is displayed here in this project overview also, right? Now let me try to add one more project. I'll click on this button and then I'll add the project name. Then we'll add the project description. Here we will choose the status, planning, then priority, medium. Then we'll set the start date and end date. And after that, let's choose the project lead and click on create project. So it is also created. You can see total projects 2, and here we have overview, and in this overview we have 2 projects. In this one you can see the status is planning, and in this one you can see the status active. If I click on this project, you can see we have these details like total task, completed, in progress, and team member. So right now we have only one member, correct? Now in this one we can create the task. Here you can see we have this button, create task. If I click here, we have to add the details and we can create the task. So we have to integrate this functionality. We will integrate the create task API in this form. So I'll just come back to the VS Code. But before creating the task, let me add multiple members in this workspace so that we can assign the task to any user. So I'll just cancel this, and first let's come here in this dashboard, and in this dashboard we have the team, right? And in this one you can see we have total member 1, active project 2, and total task 0, and here we have the user's name, right? And this user is admin. Now let's click on this button, invite member. So here we have this pop-up or model window. Using that we can invite the members in this workspace. So to invite the members, first we have to add the functionality in this pop-up or model window. So just come back to the VS Code and let's open this sidebar, then components. In this components we have the invite member dialog. Let's open it. We have the invite member dialog.jsx file, right? And in this one you can see we have this handle submit function, right? So in this handle submit function, let's use the setter function set is submitting true. So when we click on the button, it will make it true, and after that we'll add the try catch statement, and in this try block let's add await, and here we will use the organization, and we have to import the organization from use organization. So I'll scroll up and let's add const curly braces organization equal to use organization, and the use organization has been imported from the Clerk, correct? Now let's come here, and here we can use the organization dot invite member, and after that here we have to provide the email address. So let's add the email address, and it will be form data dot email, and after that we have to provide the role. So let's add the role, and in this role let's add the form data dot role property. That's it. And after that we will display the toast notification. So I'll write toast dot success, and here we'll add the message called invitation sent successfully, like this. And after that let's use the setter function set dialog open and make it false, so it will close this dialog. Now come to the catch block. In this catch block we'll add the console log. So let's add console log. Here we'll add this error. After that we'll add the toast notification. So I'll write toast dot error, and here let's provide error dot response dot data dot message or error dot message. Then we'll add the finally block here, and in this one let's use the setter function set is submitting and make it false. That's it. And after that if I come back and let's add any email ID here to invite any user. So I'll write another email ID here, and we will choose the role member and click on send invitation. You can see invitation sent successfully, right? Now let me open my email ID. If this user is already a member, then it will be added in this organization, and if the user is not signed up on this application, they will receive the email. So I'll just open that email. You can see we have received the email like this, invitation to join GreatStack Dev, and click on this button, accept invitation. Now let me sign in with my Google account. I'll choose this. After that, click on this continue button. So now we are logged in, and after that we are not redirected to the home page, so we have to add the redirect URL. So I'll come back to the Clerk dashboard, and in this one go to configure, and in the left side you will find this path. We have paths. Let's open it, and here you can see we have to add the fallback development host, right? So let's add the URL. I'll just copy this localhost 5173 and paste it here like this. Then click on save. So after sign up, it will open this URL. Now let me just come back here, and if I open the localhost 5173, it is asking to sign in. So let me sign in with my Google account. So after sign up, you can see we are redirected to this dashboard where you can see we are the member of this GreatStack Dev workspace. And in this workspace, we have two projects. You can see the user profile here, the name and email ID. And here also you can see welcome back Avinash Kumar, right? Now I'll just come back to the previous account, who is the admin of this workspace. So in this one you can see we have the team, and in this team you can see we have two members, right? One is admin, one is member. And so this invite member is working fine. After that, let's add other functions in this project. So I'll come to this projects, then open any project. I'll just open this one, and here we can display the list of tasks, then calendar, then analytics, and then settings. So in this settings, you can see we have the project details like name, description, a status, priority, start, end date, and progress. So we have to add the functionality here to update the project details. For that, we'll come back to the VS Code. In this one, let's open the client folder, then src, then components, and here we will find project setting component. So here we have the project settings .jsx file. In this one we have this form data, right? But before this form data, let's add const dispatch. So let's add dispatch equal to use dispatch, and it will get imported from the React Redux. After that, let's add const curly braces get token function, and we will get this function from use auth. Use auth has been imported here from the Clerk, right? After that, let's scroll down, and here we have this handle submit function. Using that, we can update the project settings or project data. So in this one, let's add set is submitting and make it true. And after that, let's add toast, import it. We'll add toast dot loading, and here we'll add the text called saving. So it will display this toast notification until it saves the data. Here we'll add try catch block, and in this try block we'll make the API call. So let's add const curly braces data equal to await, and we will use the API imported from the configs folder dot put method. We have used the put method to create this API endpoint. Now provide the path, that is /API/projects. Then we'll add the form data here, and after that let's add the headers property, and in this headers property we'll add the object and provide the authorization, and in this authorization we will add bearer, await, get token function, right? After that let's use the setter function, set is dialog open and make it false, so it will close the pop-up. And after that let's add dispatch, and in this one we will use the fetch workspaces, and here let's add curly braces, get token function, right? After that we'll display the toast notification, so let's add toast dot success, and here we'll add the message that we will receive from the API, that is data.message. But before that we have to dismiss the previous toast notification, so let's add toast dot dismiss all. That's it. And after that come here in the catch block. In this catch block again add this toast dot dismiss all, and here we'll add the toast dot error, and in this one let's add the error dot response dot data dot message or error dot message. Then we'll add the finally block. In this one let's use the setter function, set is submitting and make it false. That's it. So we have added the functionality here so that we can update the project settings, right? And after that let me just come back to the web browser, and here let's update this project. So I'll write launchpad CRM project like this, and click on save changes. We'll update this progress. Click on save changes. You can see saving and project updated successfully. So it has been updated. You can see the updated project name, then we have the progress. If I come back here in this projects, and you can see in this one the project name has been updated, and you can see the progress also. Let's open it. Go to settings. So here we have the updated project data, so it is working fine. Next we have to add the team member in this project. Till now we have added the team member in this workspace, right? Now we'll add the team member in this particular project, right? So you can see here we have this button. Let's click here, so it will open this pop-up, add member to project, and here we can choose the email ID, that is the user's email ID who is available in this workspace, right? So if the user is available in this workspace, user is a member of this workspace, then we'll get the list here and we can add that member in this particular project. So we have to add the functionality in this button, that is add member. So I'll just come back to the VS Code. Here we will open this sidebar. In this components you will find this add project member.jsx file. Now in this one you can see we have this search params, and from this search params we will find the ID, that will be the project ID. If I open this page, so in this URL you can see we have this ID, right? So this is the project ID. Now just come back here, and after that here we will get the token. So let's add const curly braces get token equal to use auth, and after that we will get the dispatch function. So just add const dispatch equal to use dispatch like this. So you can see use dispatch has been imported here and use auth is also imported, correct? After that here we have the current workspace, then we have the project, then is adding a state, and then we have the handler function handle submit, right? Now in this one let's add setter function set is adding and make it true, and after that here we will add the try catch statement. In this try block, we'll add await API, import the API from configs folder. Then we'll add dot post method, and in this one, let's add the API path. So it will be /API/projects. We have added the backticks here so that we can insert the template literal. So just add $ curly braces. And here we have to add the project ID. So let's add the project.id property. Right? And after that we'll add /add_member. So this is the API endpoint. Correct? After that we'll add comma, and here we have to add the email ID. So this email ID will be added in this project. After that we'll add the headers property here, and in this headers we will add the authorization, bearer and token to authenticate this request. Now let's add the toast notification. So I'll write toast.success and provide the message added to project successfully. Then we'll add the setter function. Set is dialog open and make it false. So it will close this pop-up. And after that, let's update our state also. So let's add dispatch, and we'll add the fetch workspaces. And in this one, let's add the get token function. Right? And after that, come here in the catch block. In this catch block, just add the toast.error. And in this error, we'll provide the error.response.data.message or error.message. Then we'll add the finally block. And in this finally block, let's use the setter function. Set is adding and make it false. That's it. Now after that, let me open the web page and click on this button and choose this email ID and click on add member. You can see adding, and now you can see the notification added to project successfully. And after that, it will refresh the web page, and here you can see team members. In this one, we have 2 members, right? This is the first one and this is the second one. So now we can add a new member in this project. It is working fine. Now we will add the functionality to create a new task. So I'll just come back here in the another account. So in this account, we have the projects, right? And if I come to this projects and open this one, here you can see we are getting this button, new task. If I click here, it is opening this pop-up to create a new task. So to make it functional, I'll just come back to the VS Code. And after that, let's open this sidebar. And in this components, you will find this file create task dialog.jsx, right? And in this one, we have the current workspace, then we have the project, then we have the team members, right? And before that, let's get the get token so that we can make the API call. So I'll write const curly braces get token equal to use auth. So use auth has been imported. After that, we'll get the dispatch function also. So let's add const dispatch equal to use dispatch. Use dispatch has been imported here. Correct. After that, you can see we have the state is submitting, and then we have the form data that will be submitted to add a new task. Then we have this handle submit function. So we have to complete this function to submit the task and store it in the database. So here, let's use the setter function. Set is submitting true. After that, we will make the API call. So I'll write the try catch statement. And in this try block, we'll add const curly braces, data equal to, and here we will add await API, import the API from the configs folder, then dot post method. Here we have to add the API endpoint, it will be /API/tasks. Then we have to add the data, so I'll write curly braces, a spread operator, we will use form data and comma workspace ID. And in the workspace ID, let's provide the current workspace dot ID. After that, we will add the project ID also. So let's add the project ID. After that, we have to authenticate our request. So here we'll add the headers property, and in the headers we have to add authorization, then bearer and this token. After that, let's use the setter function set. So create task and make it false so that it will hide the pop-up. And after that, we will reset the form. So here let's add set form data, and in this one we will add the object and provide these properties that will reset the form again. So we will provide the title, description, type, status, priority, assignee ID and due date. After that, we will display the toast notification. So let's add toast, import the toast from React Hot Toast, then we'll add dot success, and after that let's add the data dot message. So we will display the success message that we will receive from the API response. After that, here we will add dispatch, and in this one let's add the add task function. So first we have to import it. Let's scroll up. Here we will add import curly braces and provide add task from, and here we will add /features folder /workspace slice. Now let's add this add task here in this dispatch. After that, here we'll add the data. So let's add data.task like this. So it will update the task in the state also. After that, come to this catch block, and in this catch block again we have to add the toast notification. So we have added this toast.error. After that, we'll add the finally, and in this one let's use the setter function set is submitting and make it false. That's it. So we have completed this function. Using that, we can create a new task. Right now we have to test it. So I'll just come back to the web browser, and in this project we will create the task. Right, so I'll add the data like title. This is the task title. Then we'll add the task description. So here we'll add small description. Then we'll add the type. Right, so here let me choose the type. It is task. We can choose the bug, feature, improvement and other. Right, let's choose the priority. It will be medium, and here we'll add the assignee. So let's choose the user to whom you want to assign this task. So let me use this user, and here we'll add the status in progress, and after that let's choose the due date. So I'll choose the due date after 3 days, and click on create task button. It is creating, right? You can see the text in the button. Now you can see the notification task created successfully. So here you can see in this project we have one task, and the completed task is 0, in progress 1, and we have 2 members in this project. Right, here we have the task title, then the type is task, the priority is medium, and the status is in progress, and this is the assignee details and due date. Right, Now let me create one more task here. So I'll click on this button, new task. Here we'll add the title, then we'll add the small description, and here we'll choose the type. So in this type, let me provide improvement, right? And here also we'll choose the priority medium and assign to the same person, and here also we'll add in progress and assign the due date and click on create task. Now another task has been assigned, right? Here we have selected the type, but it is not selected. So let me add one more here. We will check it. Let's add the title, then we will choose the description, and then we will choose the type feature, and let's choose the priority and assign to this user, in progress and due date. Create task. It is created, and in all tasks the type is task only. Let me refresh it. So we have to fix this one. I will just come back to the VS Code and let me open the sidebar, and let's come to this server folder. In this server we have the task controller. In this task controller we have created this controller function create task. In this one you can see here we have added the task equal to await prisma.task.create. So it will create the data in database. Here we have added these details, but we have not added the type. So let's add the space, provide the type, that is the task type, and provide the comma, save the changes, right? And after that, if I create a new task, then it will also update the type. So let me just come back to the database and come to this task, and let me delete the task from here. I'll delete 2 tasks and come back here, refresh it. You can see we have 1 task. The type is task, priority medium, right? Now let's click on this button to create a new task, and after that here we'll add the details like title, then we will add the description here. After that we will add the type improvement, then we will set the priority low, then assign the user, then in progress, and after that let's add the due date and create task. So the task has been created, and you can see here we have the type improvement, right? And if I click on any task, it will display the details like this, right? In the right side we have the task name, then in progress, improvement, low. This is the description, and here we have the user to whom this task is assigned, and this is the due date, and this is the project details also, right? Now just come back and I'll add one more task here. So I'll just click on this button, and here we'll add the new task name. So it is client feedback integration. After that we'll add the description here, then we'll add the type. So let's add the type feature, then priority is medium, assign the user, and in progress and due date. Create task. So you can see the another task, the type is feature, right? And here we have the assignee details. So this create task is working fine, right? Now let me just click here, so it will display the details like this. And after that we have to add the feature to update the task and delete the task. Let's come back to this page, and now we'll add the functionality to update and delete the task. But before we add these features, let me verify the task is assigned to a new user or not. So I'll just come back to the another user, and in this another account you can see we have the another account here, right? And if I refresh it, it should display the task here. It is not added. My task is 0. If I come to projects, in this project we have the task, but in my task it is showing 0. I will just come back to the VS Code and open this sidebar. In this sidebar you will find this my task sidebar.jsx file, and in this one you can see we have the user equal to object and provided one ID. So let me remove it, and here we'll add const curly braces user equal to use user from Clerk. So now we have the user data, right? After that you can see this function fetch user task, right? So in this one it will find the user ID using this user.id, and for this user ID it will find the task in the current workspace tasks, right? So just save the changes and come back here. Now you can see in this profile where we have assigned the task, we have the tasks, right? We have the 3 tasks. Let me refresh it. Still you can see we have total 3 tasks here. If I click here, it will display the task details. If I click on any one, it will display the detail of this task, right? So it is working fine. And now let me check the feature to send the task email, right? So whenever the task is assigned, it will send an email also. So I'll check my email. So in this email you can see we have received multiple emails because we have sent the task multiple times, right? We have created 3 tasks. So here we have the name, then the message, then the task name and description and due date, right? So this email feature is also working fine. We can receive the email whenever a task is assigned. After that, I'll just come back here in another account. So in this account, we have these tasks, and in the right side, we have the details, right? Now, let me just add the functionality to update the status from here. We can change the status like done or in progress, right? So I'll just come back to the VS Code. And after that, let's open this file, project task, from this sidebar. We have the project task.jsx file, right? And in this one, you can see we have this function called handle delete, right? So that we can delete the task. And before that, we have this function handle a status change, right? So in this one, we have to make the API call to change the status. Whenever the status is changed, it will update the status in database. To make the API call in this file, first we need the token, right? So let's scroll up. So I'll write const curly braces get token equal to use auth, and use auth has been imported from Clerk. Now we have this get token function so that we can generate the token. And after that, let's come here in this handle a status change. Here we have toast.loading, and after that we have this comment, right? So let me remove it and remove this await, and here let's add await API, import the API from the configs folder, then dot put method. Then we'll add the API endpoint, that is /API/tasks, and after that here we'll add $$ curly braces and provide the task ID. After that, let's add the comma, and here we'll add the object and provide the status here. So in this status, we will send the new status, whichever is selected, right? And after that, let's add comma and provide the object. In this one, we'll add the headers to authenticate the request. So in the headers, we have added authorization, bearer, and token. But before that, let's generate the token here. So here, let's add const token equal to await and get token function. And this token is provided in this API request, right? So it will update the status. And after that, let's come here in this handle delete function. In this one also, we have to make the API call. So first, here you can see we have this confirmation to delete the task. And after that, we will generate the token here. So let's add const token equal to await get token function. Now after that, we will add this toast.loading deleting task, and after that here we will make the API call, right? So let's remove it and we'll write await API dot post, and after that we'll provide the API endpoint, that is /API/task/delete. And after that, let's add the data here, that is the task ID. And in the task ID, we will add the selected tasks, right? And after that, authenticate the request using the headers. So let's add the headers here. And in the headers, we have added authorization, bearer, and token. And after that, it will call this delete task and provided the selected task, right? And we have completed this function also. And after that, let's save the changes and come back here. So right now you can see we have this status in progress. If I change it to done, you can see a status updated, task updated successfully, right? Task status updated successfully. If I refresh it, so here you can see it is displaying the status done in this last one. Now let's update this one also, client feedback. Let's make it done and refresh it. You can see the client feedback integration is done. So we can update the task, it will get saved in the database. Now let's test the delete functionality also. So I'll just check this one. You can see the dots here. I'll just click here. So it will display this delete button and click on this delete. It is asking, are you sure you want to delete selected task? Click OK. You can see deleting task and it has been deleted. If I refresh it, now you can see all the tasks are deleted. So let me fix it. Here all the tasks got deleted. To fix it, I'll just come back to the VS Code. And in this handle delete function, in this API call, we are sending the task ID, but it should be task IDs. Make sure to add this S also. Just update this task IDs, save the changes. Now I'll just come back here and here we'll add other task. So let me add the task here. Now I'll click here to add a new task and I will pause the video and add 3 tasks. So here we have added 3 tasks. Now let me delete one of it. I'll just select the second one and click on delete and OK. So one task has been deleted. If I refresh it, still we have 2 tasks. Let me show you that. It is removed. Let's check it. I'll come back to the VS Code. You can see in this API call, we are sending the task IDs. But if I open the controller file, we'll come back to the server, task controller. And in this one, you can see we are receiving the data from body and it is tasks ID. Here also we have S, right? So let me just copy this one, tasks ID. And after that, let's come here and provide it here. Provide this tasks IDs. let's save the changes. Again update it and save the changes, and again I'll just come back here and we'll add 3 new tasks. So I'll use this form and I will pause the video and add the task. So we have added 3 tasks. Let me select the second one and click on delete. OK. And now I'll refresh the web page. Now we have 2 tasks available. It is working fine. Right now you can see the status to do and to do. Now let me change the status. I'll choose done. So you can see the status has been updated here. We have completed one and in progress one, right? And here we have total 2 tasks and total 2 members. So this task feature is working fine. We can update the task, we can display the list of tasks, and we can delete the task. After that, if I open the dashboard, here you can see we have total 2 projects. We have 0 completed projects. We have 1 task, right? In this my task, we have only 1 task, create new logo concept. And here we have overdue 0. If I come back to the second account, if I refresh it, in this one, you can see we have 1 task, client feedback integration, right? So we have assigned this task to this person. Now I'll just come back here. Next, we have to add the functionality to add the comments on the task. If I open the project, then open the task and open the task detail page, here we can post the comment on this task. To add the comment functionality in this task, let me just come back to the VS Code. And here we will open this sidebar. And let's open the pages folder, and in this pages we have the task details.jsx file. I'll open this file. Now in this one you can see we have the dummy user data, right? We have the user equal to 1 object and added the ID user1. So let me remove it. Here we will get the user from Clerk. So first let's add the import. And here we'll add curly braces, use user, and import it from Clerk/Clerk React. And after that, I'll just come here and we will write const curly braces user equal to use user function. So now we have the user data here from Clerk, and after that here we will get the get token function also. So I'll write const curly braces get token equal to use auth. So use auth has been imported, as you can see in this line. So now we have the user and get token. After that we can make the API call to fetch the comment details. So here we have the function fetch comments, right? So in this one let's add if, and I'll write not of task ID. So when the task ID is not available, we will stop the execution. So simply add return. Now suppose the task ID is available, then we can make the API call. So I'll write try catch block here, and in this try block I'll write const and generate the token. So I'll write const token equal to await and get token function. After that we'll make the API call. So here we'll get the data in the response. So let's add curly braces data equal to await, and we will use the API and import the API from configs folder. Then we'll add dot get, and here we'll add the path. So I'll write backticks here and provide the path /API/comments, and then we have to provide the task ID. So I'll write $, curly braces, and provide the task ID here. Then we'll add the comma and provide the headers to authenticate our request. So in this one, I'll write authorization property and provide the bearer and token. Now here we'll get the data, and from this data we will extract the comments and use the setter function set comments. And in this one, let's provide the data dot comments property, and if it is not available, then we'll add OR operator and provide empty array like this. Now come to the catch block. In this catch block, we will display the toast notification. So import the toast, then write dot error, and here I'll write error dot response dot data dot message, or we will provide error dot message. So we have added the functionality to fetch the comments from the database using the API, right? After that, scroll down, and here you will find this function handle add comment. So using this function, we can add a new comment, right? So first it will trim the entered text that is entered in the input field. Then we have the try catch block, and this try block will add the notification adding comment, and here we have to make the API call, right? So I'll just remove this statement, and after that let's remove this one also, that is dummy comment, and here we'll make the API call. So I'll write const token equal to await get token, and then we will add const curly braces data equal to await then API dot post method, because we have to post the comment and we have created the API using this post method. Now we'll add the API endpoint, so it will be /API/comments like this, and after that we will provide the comma, and here we have to provide the data in this API request. So I'll add the task ID first. So the task ID will be task.id. After that we'll add comma, provide the content. We have to send the content property, and in this content let's add new comment. So it will be sent on API. After that, here we have to authenticate the request. So let me just copy this statement, this headers. I'll just copy this and paste it here. So we have added headers, authorization, bearer and token. Now we have this data, right? And after that, let's use the setter function set comments, and in this one we will provide the previous data, and it will return one array with previous data, and with that we will also add the added comment, that is data dot comment property, correct? Then we have setter function that will reset the new comment. Then we will display the toast notification, that is comment added, and before that we will dismiss all the other toast notification. And here we have the catch block also. So we have added the functionality to add a new comment and fetch the comment. After that, let me just come back to the web page, and let me refresh it. So here we have this input field. In this one, let me add a message. I'll write I am working on it, and click on this post button. You can see adding comment, and now you can see the comment has been added here. I am working on it. If I refresh it, you can see it will fetch the comment. So we can fetch the comments on this task, and we can also post a new comment. So this comment feature is also working fine. After that, if I come to dashboard, in the right side you can see we have the task summary, right? So right now we don't have any data here in this summary in the right sidebar. So let me complete this one also. I'll just come back here. I'll open the components. In this components you will find task summary.jsx file, right? And in this one you can see we have the user and it is the dummy user ID, right? So here let me replace it. I'll write const curly braces user equal to use user, and the use user has been imported from Clerk, right? Now after that I'll just come back here in this web page. Let me refresh it. Here we don't have any data in progress overdue, but here in my task we have this task data, right? So we have one task here that is assigned to me and the another task is assigned to another person, right? So this task summary is also working, right? Next you can see we have this settings menu item, right? If I click here, nothing is working, right? So we have to add the functionality here so that when we click here, it will open the page to edit the profile. For that, I'll just come back to the VS Code, and in this components, you will find this sidebar.jsx file, correct? Now in this one, here, let's add const curly braces, and here we will use open user profile component, and let's get it from use Clerk and import the use Clerk. So you can see the use Clerk has been imported from the Clerk/Clerk React, and now we have the open user profile function, and after that we have to link this function with our menu item. So I'll just scroll down. Let me just copy it and scroll down here. You can see this button. In this button, you can see the text called settings, right? So here we have to add onClick property. In this onClick, simply provide this function open user profile. Save the changes. Now I'll just come back here and click on this settings. So you can see it is opening this model to edit the profile. We can update the profile image, name, email ID, or we can also go to security to update the password or delete the account. So now we have completed all functionality in this project management application. Now we have to deploy our project online. So we have already deployed the backend. Next we will deploy the front end. So I'll just come back to the VS Code. And let me close all the files. So right click and select close saved. Then open the sidebar. And here we will click on this source control icon. And here we will add the commit message. So I'll write project completed. And click on commit button. Sync changes. After that, if I open the GitHub repository and let me refresh it. So you can see we have just committed the changes in this GitHub repo, correct? And after that, let me open the Vercel dashboard. So this is the project management backend server. This is the URL, right? Let me open this URL here. So this is the backend URL for the project management. Now we have to deploy the front end. So I'll just come back here and click on this new and choose the project. Add new project. Then we will choose the same repository, project management. And in front of this repository name, I'll click on import. And after that, we will write the project name here. So it is project management, or let me write project MGT. And after that, let me choose the root directory. So click on this edit, and here we will choose this client directory because we have created the front end in the client folder. Then click on continue. And after that, let's come here in the environment variables. And here we have to provide the environment variables for the front end. So I'll just come back to the VS Code and let's open the client folder. And in this client, we have .env file. Let me open it and just copy these environment variables. Let's copy and paste it here. Now here you can see we have the Vite base URL. So in this base URL, right now we have this localhost. So remove this localhost, and here we'll add the live URL that is deployed on Vercel. So this is the backend URL deployed on Vercel. So just copy this one and paste it here in this base URL. And at the end we have this /. So make sure to remove this / from the end. And after that, click on this deploy button. Let me scroll down, and here you can see the status of this deployment. So there is some error in this deployment. So let me check it. In this error message, it says cannot find module, and this is the module name. And then it says npm has a bug related to optional dependencies. And again it says please try npm I again after removing both package lock.json and node_modules directory. So we have to remove this package lock.json. For that, let me just come here in the GitHub repository, then go to client, and after that here you will find this package lock.json. Let me delete it. I'll open this one. After opening this package lock.json file, just click on this 3 dot and choose delete file. After deleting this file, you need to commit the changes. So you will find this button, commit changes. Let's click here and click commit changes. Now you can see the package lock.json file has been removed. After that, just come back to the Vercel deployment and go to project. Then we will go to deployments, and you can see it is trying to redeploy the project because we have made changes in the GitHub repository. So you can see the status building. Now you can see the status ready. Let me click here. So you can see our project is successfully deployed. Here is the project domain. Let me copy this domain and open in the web browser. So I'll open it here. So once you open this web page or website, you will find this login screen, because in this project management you need to log in, then you can access the dashboard. So I'll click on this continue with Google. Let me choose the email ID and continue. So you can see we have successfully deployed the project and it is working fine. So we have deployed this project on Vercel. This is the live link. Now let me just come back to the localhost. Now let me explore all the features one by one. So when you log in on this application, you need to create an organization or workspace. You can create multiple workspace here, and you can switch between different workspace from this drop down, or you can click here to create another workspace. You need to upload the logo and provide the name. After creating the workspace, you can add a new project in the workspace. So you will find this button, new project. Let's click here, and you need to provide the project name, description, a status, priority, and a start and end date. Then you can choose the project lead and team member. You can choose from this drop down, right? And if you want to add a new user in this workspace, then you can go to team, and here you can click on this button, invite member, and here you can put the email ID and choose the role, and then you can invite a new user in this workspace. And when the user is available in the workspace, you can add them in the project also, right? After creating the project, you can come here and open any project, and in this project you can go to settings and you can add new members in the project also. Right now we have 2 members. You can click here on this plus and you can choose the members from the drop down when you have the member available in the same workspace. So first we have to add the member in the workspace, and we can add the member in the project also. After that, you can also update the project details from this settings. Then you can go to analytics to see the analytics of this project. You can see the task by status, task by type, and task by priority. Then you can go to calendar. In this calendar, you can see the task due date, right? And here you can see the upcoming task. After that, here we have the tasks list, and in this one you can see the type, priority, status, and assignee details and due date. You can also update the status from this drop down. You can choose the status like in progress or done. After that, you can also delete any task. You can click on this dot and click on this delete button to delete any task. After that, if I open any task, you can add the comments in this task. Right now we have already added one comment. You can add the comment in this input field and click on post. So this comment will be added in the task. After that, in the left sidebar, you will find the projects, right? You can see we have the list of projects in the sidebar also. So you can easily access the projects, and you can also access the task from this sidebar. We have the my task, and you can see we have the drop down where you can see the list of tasks. After that, if I again open this project, in this project you can see we can create a new task using this button, create task, and here you can provide the task name, description, type, priority, and assignee. You can assign the task to any member in the project, and you can set the status and due date for the task. So this is all functionality of our project management application. So finally, we have completed our full stack project management application. I hope this video will be helpful for you. If you have any question, you can ask me in the comment section. Please like and share this video, and also subscribe my channel GreatStack to watch more videos like this one. Thank you so much for watching this video.